Okay, cool. a long-awaited day. Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this long-awaited day. My name is Letsabisa Shongwe, and today we are at the CBE, the Council for the Built Environment. It is the Women Build. Today is a big seminar. We are sitting amongst incredible women, and thankfully I am as well. It's an honor to be a woman, and I am an architect. Today, I just want to get on to the program of the day. We have a big agenda. Our agenda is building a pipeline for female talent in the built environment. Without taking more time, I just want us to go on and introduce our program director. Her name is Ms. Lebu Gabriel. Now, Ms. Lebu Gabriel, she is a senior technical principal in the Energy and Power Division at SMEC, S-M-E-C. She graduated with a BSc degree in electrical engineering from the University of Technology Petronas in Malaysia, 2004, and obtained her master's in electrical engineering at the Wits University in 2018. Lebu has over 18 years of experience, predominantly in high voltage power transmission line design. Her competencies include operating, maintenance, performance improvement, and refurbishments in this area. Her master's thesis in engineering is titled Consideration to Use High Surge Impedance Loading Lines, HSIL, in place of series compensation on high voltage transmission lines. She has published 4 papers from this research work, one of which won her the Best Paper Award in 2018. She's a registered professional engineer since 2018. Lebu has served in following roles at the engineering profession as an engineering professional at the Engineering Council for South Africa, EXA. She is a council member, the chairperson of stakeholder relations, chairperson of policy development and standard generating committee, vice chairperson of electrical engineering professional advisory committee, and the central registrations council member. She's currently a member of the continuous professional development committee and a member of identification of work, IDOEW committee, and chair of IDOEW task team. My apologies, I keep confusing it with our IDOW at SECAP. She's also council member of the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers. Ms. Lebu Gabriel, also her other name is Dumisang. I would like you to come through as our program director and to carry the ship of powerful and educated ladies for the day. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And
there we go. Thank you.
Naturally, I am hoping that amongst the audience, we do have men. Whenever we talk about capacity building as women, of course, we want to share, our struggles with men. And as such, I'm saying this event is not only for women. So while we are in the event, please call your co-workers to come and join us. So the introduction was quite a clear one. We know that the theme of today is building the pipeline for female talent in the built environment. And really, 2 of the key focus areas that we are going to be zooming in today is women empowerment, and secondly is going to be gender equity transformation. So then as the program director, I was asked to share a little bit about some of my experiences. Like, I've been in engineering for the past 19 years. And really, if I were to share some winning tips of how to build a pipeline, and more critically, how to build a sustainable one, I want to just say the key is to have an enabling environment. So with regards to an enabling environment, which is what each and every one of us should be creating for ourselves, I just want to share some 5 tips, right? And these are literally like just things I have observed, notes I have made over time. And I'm just saying to the fellow colleagues here and across the built environment, here are some key things that you can do to enable yourself. 1, I am saying thank you to the CEO and the president of the built environment for hosting this webinar. This is something that our industry needs ASAP. And my first tip is visibility of trailblazers. I think a lot of us don't understand that by the time you graduate and get that degree, that is just the starting point, right? The sooner you graduate, my tip to you is try to get a mentor and a coach as soon as possible. And of course, you want to go for your movers and shakers. And this is what the webinar is bringing to you today. So the first tip is visibility. If you do not know these trailblazers, of course, how can you reach out for help? Get it? Then my second tip is access. You know, this is one thing that we underplay. Like, I know when we think about it, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but you are only as good as access that you have, right? So today you will see that in item 5 of the program, we are going to be sharing about the different programs that have been put in place. Firstly, to attract female talent, and secondly, to catalyze professional registration across all the councils in the built environment. Then my third tip is a lot of people like to be on autopilot. Autopilot is not going to work for you. You have to be intentional. So my thing is, you have to be intentional about your goals. You have to be conscious about what you are chasing. And really what I want to say to you guys is your net worth is literally equivalent to your career progression, your net worth, and it is directly proportional to how quickly you will grow. So my point is, if you want to go forward faster, remember I'm saying forward faster, you have to stand on the shoulders of giants. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. Today, you will see our program is full of trailblazers, and these are, you know, gentle giants that have broken the ceiling. And really, my key to you is you do not need to reinvent the wheel. Now, today we are predominantly tackling women who are working in a male-dominated industry. So what I'm trying to say here is there is going to be a lot of challenges. So one thing I want to encourage each and every one of us to do is to be stubborn about our goals, but very flexible about how we are going to achieve these goals. You will see, even when you use your GPS, right, and you take the wrong turn, it does not take you back to point A. It rather says, at the next off-ramp, please make a U-turn, or it just redirects you. My key is this: be stubborn about your goals that you'd like to achieve, but be very flexible about how you are going to achieve them. Now, I have observed that a lot of women get demotivated, and they get demotivated by the following word: no. Guys, if you have a goal and you are given a no, please understand that no stands for next opportunity, right? And then you need to understand that when one door closes, another door opens. So my key to you is please, please, please never be discouraged, never be restless, never feel stuck. Remember, we spoke about mentors and coaches. Whenever you feel stuck, these are the people that are going to help you unlock yourself. Then my last tip is drifting. I see way too many young professionals drifting. I see way too many professionals falling into the comfort zone. And my thing is, comfort zones are the biggest killer of your dreams. So please don't do it. These are just the 5 tips I wanted to share for today. And for the day, the hashtag that I would like us to use when we are interacting with the platform is Dream Chasers. And really, before I move on with the program, I'd like to really say to us, please let's go onto our cell phones and go and follow the Council of the Built Environment. If you go to LinkedIn and you go to Facebook, just type in Council of the Built Environment. If you go on Twitter, their handle is CBE_PTA. The hashtag that the event organizers have chose for the day is Women Built. So with everything that you are going to be sharing with us, remember, take-home messages that you have noted, any tips and tricks that you have used in your career. We want this session to be interactive, so please go and use these hashtags. Today's hashtag is Women Built. Thank you so much. With that being said, I'm going to then proceed with the program. Today's program is really loaded, and we are going to start off with our keynote address. And our keynote address is going to be given to us by Ms. Innocentia Mahlangu. What a trailblazer, wow. She's going to be talking to us about the following topic today: how women professionals can make a difference in building female talent in the built environment. Please allow me to read Innocentia Mahlangu's bio. Innocentia is an award-winning and internationally recognized professional project manager and a senior civil engineer. She holds a BSc and an MSc in civil engineering from WITS. She has held positions such as design engineer, residence engineer, as well as roles in project and construction management. In her current role at Hatch, so as we can see, she's working at Hatch, she is a specialist in project management, overseeing projects in mining, metal, infrastructure sector as part of Project Delivery Group. She also serves as a project delivery sponsor, providing governance oversight on several projects. Innocentia is currently the chair of the South African Institute of Civil Engineers Diversity and Inclusion Panel, as well as the Education and Training Committee, and she's also a member of the Executive Board. In 2022, she became the youngest SIEE Fellow. Wow, I am so inspired. She is currently Vice President of the Professional Development at the Project Management Institute, the South Africa chapter. Additionally, she is the founder of a non-profit organization for women in engineering, She Engineers, and she is Africa Ambassador for the Women in the Built Environment initiatives. Innocentia is a recipient of several local and international awards, including being ranked as one of the 150 global women leaders. She's also listed amongst the 50 inspirational women in South Africa in science, technology, engineering, and maths careers in 2020. In 2021, she was a runner-up in the Standard Bank Top Women Award in the category Women in Science for her work in advancing women. Innocentia is also a recipient of the 2021 CIC President's Award for her contribution to industry. In 2021, she was recognized globally by the world's leading association of project professionals, the Project Management Institute, and she was one of the 50 global young leaders of the future. She went on in 2022 to become a recipient of the Global Rising Leader Award, which was conferred by PMI, and she has become a thought leader in project management, diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as advancement of women. She was recently featured on the Project Management Institute Projectified podcast, where she shared emerging trends on project delivery and the PMI's mega trends of 2022, providing commentary on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Hey, she is a TED speaker and has delivered a TED Talk titled Mobilizing Project Professionals for Climate Change, and she's also an author of Unleash Your Unique Advantage, a book dedicated to advancing women in a male-dominated field of engineering, construction, mining, and project management. So as you can see, our keynote speaker is a trailblazer. She's a thought leader. And at this point, I want to hand over to Innocentia. Go for it, Ms. Mahlangu.
Thank you, Lebo. What an incredible start to the event. We are all in for a good time. I'm particularly excited about the project, rather the session as well, and look forward to everything that's going to be unpacked in the session today. So yeah, so I'm incredibly honored to be here, and good day all. And I understand that we have many distinguished guests in the call today, and all protocols are certainly observed. As I've been introduced, I'm Innocentia Mahlangu. I'm based in Johannesburg. And today I get to talk to you about a topic that's very close to my heart. It certainly keeps me up at night, and I always take up the opportunity to talk about this. And the title really is, how can we as women professionals make a difference in building the female talent in the built environment? And as much as we find ourselves in this industry where it's incredibly male dominated, and a number of environmental factors that hamper our growth and our development in the sector. But my message today is that we can be the change that we wish to see in the industry. We can lead initiatives as well. We can bring along our male counterparts in the journey as well in our quest to search for more, to strive for more equity in our industry. And as part of my presentation today, I'll just touch on some of the gaps that persist in our sector. And I'm sure these are all familiar to us because we've experienced this firsthand. But I also want you to walk away with some practical steps on, so what? What can we do? What message can you take today and say, I'm going to be a change maker? This is how I'm going to be involved. These are the conversations that I'm going to have with the people around me. And I encourage all of us on this call to be the change that we need to change the narrative in our industry. And I certainly hope that you do have some few takeaways from the talk. And I look forward to your questions further towards the end of the session. So in terms of just some introduction to myself, I've put Lewa through the torture of reading that long bio. So I won't take you through my background as such, but I think the key message for me is that I'm really passionate about mentorship, giving back to our industry, to our community, and talking and engaging about how we can change the narrative in our industry. And I'll show you some of the initiatives that I've been involved in with the intention that you too are inspired to take those initiatives on. So I want to set the scene in terms of the importance of gender equality and why it should matter to all of us in the industry, male or female. The quote by UN Women really puts this for me in context to say, and it says, gender equality is a right. Fulfilling this right is the best chance we have in meeting some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Women are not only more affected by these problems, but also possess ideas and leadership to solve them. The gender discrimination still holding too many women back, it holds our world back too. If you reflect on this quote, it emphasizes the critical role that women will play in some of the most pressing challenges of our time. So if you look around us, we have concerns around, sustainabilities of industries. The world is unstable, if I put it in that way. And what the UN Women emphasizes is that in order for us to strive for a better world or reach a better world, women cannot be left outside of the equations. Otherwise, the inequalities that exist in our world will continue to persist. And if we contextualize what we mean by gender equality specifically in our industries, I've presented some few examples of the challenges that we are encountering, some in certain industries in terms of the disparities relating to gender. So the UN Women also published a gender snapshot. If you look at the pipeline, now we're also discussing issues around the pipeline in the session today. If we look at the pipeline of women, specifically in STEM or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics field, and a lot of us in this call come from one or most of those sectors. If you look at the gender disparity in terms of the female graduates, these are young women that are coming into the industry. If you look at sub-Saharan Africa, it hovers around 32%. There's some countries which have broken the 40% mark, which you'll say it's a sign of progress. And then you'll start looking at these numbers and you're thinking, okay, maybe the gap might not be as big as we thought, because I'm sure at some stage you hear numbers around 10% or 15%. So this picture shows the influx of women that are coming into some of our industries. And then you look at a different report by the World Economic Forum, where the Global Gender Gap Report, this is a 2020 version, and there might be updates to that. And if you pick just one of these industries and you take engineering as an example, globally, the percentage of workers in this industry hovers around 15%. Or in South Africa at that time, it was estimated to be around 14%. So this shows you already that from the stage where women come into these male-dominated sectors or these industries, along the way, we lose them in the process. They're not retained in the industry. So again, that looks at a pipeline. If we look at another sector which is tied to the built environment, there's a recent report that was published by the Project Management Institutes that talks about the gender divide across major industries, but focusing on a project management lens to it. So if you look at perhaps construction on the far right, then you start seeing a number of 10% as well, which is somewhat consistent with what we were seeing on the World Economic Forum Gender Snapshot report. Then there's another report, IGF, a global report. This one was geared at the mining industry, but they've also included some numbers on construction, the number of women participating in the construction industry. And they've shown this for different countries, but if you look further down on your screen, it's almost the second bar at the bottom. There's construction. You can see that it is a lot less than the other sectors. And in South Africa as well, you see that it's consistent around the 10% towards the 10% mark as well. So we're seeing a common story across all these different industries. And when you contextualize the challenge, is there's different stages of development, or it reiterates that there's different stages of development where women continue to be underrepresented. So in terms of ourselves being change makers, we need to look at the whole pipeline in context. It's not sufficient that we find women already in the industry, already experienced, and we intervene at that level. We need to ask ourselves there's different stages of development where we can intervene, where we can be present to actually drive more meaningful change for the future. So if we look at some of the challenges as well, why this environment persists or why we find ourselves where we are, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in the sense that there's few female role models and women leaders working in these industries, such that other women coming up don't see themselves adequately represented in the industry, and therefore they leave the industry because they don't have those role models. There's an issue of access as well, where women are not provided similar opportunities as some of their male counterparts. So mentorship and sponsorship is not there. There's workplace inequities. Some of us have suffered conscious or unconscious biases and stereotypes where it is deemed that it's not a woman's place to participate in certain parts of our industry. There's also inequitable career advancement opportunities where women are not offered the same opportunities. Other women in my industry don't even get to be put on construction site because somebody makes the decision that they're not geared towards that type of environment. So our human resource practices as well require transformation in the sense that there's work arrangements that do not enable, that are not conducive to women. Issues around flexible work, issues around the gender pay gap as well. Those are some of the issues that we face in the industry. Also, our organizations remain largely untransformed, where diversity and inclusion is there as a poster, but it's not done meaningfully within organizations. It's only stated as a policy, but there are no actions that are surrounding that. And then there's also work environments and corporate cultures, which are also not inclusive, and there's no deliberate attempt to understand the challenges that women face in such industries, and in turn have initiatives in place to address those challenges. So why should this matter? At the start of my presentation, I gave the quote about a sustainable industry or building sustainable industries as one of the factors of why we should care about this. But there's also research that supports that our companies, the more diverse they are, they drive better business values. If we work in a project environment, the nature of challenges that we solve are increasingly complex. And sometimes we need different perspectives. We need somebody perhaps that has lived that has lived a certain experience to be able to enable us to develop better solutions. Our project teams are not representative of the people we're building for. If you're building a hospital for women, the person that's part of the design team, women are not represented in that team. What type of solutions are you then going to develop? So if we work in project environments, we need to be diverse as well to encourage that diversity of thought. And further, in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, you might have seen the different kinds of skills that will enable us to thrive in the fourth industrial revolution as South Africa, as the African continent. And a lot of those, they talk to softer skills, they talk to people management, emotional intelligence, and it can be argued that women bring a lot of this innate skills to the table. And lastly, when women are involved in decision-making processes, it will certainly benefit society and humanity at large, and purely because of some of these reasons that are cited here. So yeah, we've heard about challenges. Then what's next? What must happen? In terms of addressing these gaps, there needs to be an ecosystem of change makers. And that includes individuals as ourselves. It includes our organizations to be committed to driving change. It's corporates, it's governments, it's our institutions like the CBE that are required in this ecosystem as change makers. And this conversation as well, it's important, and I'm glad the program director mentioned it before, is that it's addressing gender equity is not a woman's only challenge. In as much as we can drive these initiatives, men still occupy very senior positions in the industry, and you find that they're often the ones in positions of decision-making authority. So it's important that we take each other along in this journey as individuals, as corporates, as governments, as males and females in the industry. So then I'll just focus on some of the solutions that you can decide to drive today, or some of the initiatives that you can drive today. And I'm contextualizing this in what I referred to before as that leaky pipeline where we need to intervene at different stages of development. And these are initiatives that you can start, well, whether as an individual, if you're a volunteer in voluntary associations or in any of our councils, you can certainly be the leader of those initiatives. So the first one I wanted to start with is we must not miss the opportunity as parents, as aunts, as sisters, as brothers to influence at grassroots level. So encouraging young girls to take up careers in the built environment starts at home. In terms of my personal story, my dad was in construction. He'd come home and tell me about the exciting things that happened in the construction side. And there I decided to be interested in what construction is about. And later on, he told me about the great things that engineers do on site. They get there with just their pen and they sign things off. That's how he mentioned it to me. And I grew interested in it as a young girl. So those conversations are important. How you engage your nephews, your nieces, what you tell them about your career will shine the light such that we demystify this career in the built environment. STEM education in schools is also quite important, and we can be the driver of this. There's certain people that are going to schools, they're having a robotics programs run at schools. One of the associations I'm involved with, they have a bridge building competition for at basic education level, where young people can be shown firsthand what it looks like to build a bridge model. So those things are quite influential at that level. And also for us serving as visible role models and mentors. How many times have you gone back to your own community where you grew up, you go to a school and you say, this is me, this is what I do. And sometimes that's important. You don't need money, you don't need sponsorship, you already have a voice, you already have succeeded and done a lot more than those kids or students or pupils in school have done or achieved. So you can be that light one day that shows up and says, I'm a woman, this is my job. You can also bring your hard hat as well if you feel that it'll get people excited. So going back to our schools as well, where we grew up, and a lot of us come from impoverished communities where the message doesn't even filter through at that level. And as much as we can be people that stay in the cities, let's also give back to where we started, because that's how we start driving meaningful change. So there's also a role that we need to play at higher education level. Easier access to this is for our voluntary associations as well. If they have student chapters or any structure like that, where there's that connection to higher education is quite important, because you may find that in as much as young girls enter or they decide to pursue a career in whether it's construction studies or whether it's project management or whether it's engineering, they end up dropping out. They don't complete their degree for many reasons. And it's therefore important as well for us to be present there, even as role models and mentors. I don't remember when I was studying of a day when a woman came to my class and said, this is me, I have a career in construction. I would see people that are different. And it was at that stage where I thought, you know, are there people that are like me that are actually thriving in this industry? So it's important for ourselves, volunteer to go into our institutions of higher education and drive those initiatives. One of the initiatives that one of the people I know founded is called #Breaking the Stereotype. And this is an online sort of webinar format where where she engages young girls or young students in universities, and they talk about their challenges. They ask their questions. So what does a career look like? What is it like to be a working mom in this industry? It's questions like that at that early stage of development, even before they enter the industry, it helps them either be prepared and also helps them in terms of how to navigate. And when you share your story about even your difficulties as you were studying your degree or diploma or qualification, it encourages them to persist and continue continue furthering their studies. So we can be the drivers of those conversations at higher education level. And then when young girls enter the industry, there's also then a gap where they find themselves being lost. They don't have they initially shocked because of those earlier statistics where they'll realize that they only make up 10%. And then they don't have role models as well. Even in our organizations, our project teams are largely untransformed, and we don't have other people to tap into to help us navigate. So we can be those role models, the mentors, but champions as well. If you're in a position of authority in your company, drive initiatives that will help advance women in your specific organization. So one of the organizations that I'm quite passionate about is called the Women in the Built Environment Initiative, but I'll tell you about that a bit later. So this is showing that we can be role models, mentors, and champions, but we can also start organizations. And there was a conversation I had with someone that said, you know, there's now too many women organizations. And what I'm saying is, let there be many women organizations, because there's that many women that still need to move up that pipeline. And all these organizations are not meant to compete with each other. It's a shared common vision. If I can have a level of influence in my own sphere through She Engineers, and somebody else has another level of influence in environmental sector or whatever sector, then we can all be contributing towards one goal. And it's not just a one person job to drive that change. And then in terms of then, when women become more senior, experienced professionals, many of us know about the proverbial glass ceiling, where you progress to a certain level in your organization, and it just stops. There's just a lot of barriers. So we can be champions. I think women need champions in those industries. And certainly for me, in order for me to progress, there was a male counterpart who saw potential in me at some stage in my development, and there were other females as well that did, and they helped me break through those layers. So we can be the people that make that difference. And we should not be gatekeepers as such. It's also important that we support women through who are entrepreneurs. There's a disparity in terms of funding opportunities offered to male versus female innovators. So we must challenge ourselves as funders of programs is, are we equitably distributing our funding to women and male organizations? And do we need to do more in terms of unlocking funding for women to become entrepreneurs? Because in as much as we can have women working in the sector, but we also need them to lead entrepreneurial ventures as well, to progress our country, in terms of technology and that. So yeah, in terms of one of the initiatives that I mentioned that I'm part of, which I'm an ambassador for, it's called the Women in the Built Environment. Sorry, my slide just jumped. I'll just go back. It's called the Women in the Built Environment Initiative. And this is an app-enabled platform where it's creating this network of women to tap off each other at different stages of development. And at this stage, there's about 600 women that have access to this. And it's currently free for women in South Africa, who, if you identify as a woman in South Africa that is in the built environment, whether it's architecture, quantity surveying, whatever sector you're in, but you're in the built environment, you can join. And it's firstly to establish a network. There's a platform where you can ask questions, and then you get answers from a network of women that are experienced in the industry, and even across the globe. But there's also monthly webinars as well on different topics. There's softer issues. There was a session previously talking about, how do you build, what are some of the challenges around being a woman in business? What are some of the opportunities that you can leverage? So I have left the registration link as well on the slide. But throughout the session, you can ask, and then I'll type the link on the chat box. But this is just one of the initiatives, and I'm sure there's many others where platforms are being created for women to engage. And I'm saying let's all leverage these platforms, because then we can change that pipeline. So there's also the environmental factor. We also keep on talking about an enabling environment. I've mentioned this earlier where I showed those pillars of how we create the ecosystem of change makers. In terms of companies, if you're running your company, I would say, what is your commitment for diversity and inclusivity? And the next layer to that is, how are you ensuring that? It's not just the policy, it's how are you measuring? How are you ensuring that your initiatives are effective? So within companies, we need to be more clear on what that means and how we're doing it. Our hiring practices need to be transformed. If a woman shows up for an interview, the question that you ask them is the question that you ask them, a similar question than you would ask a male person entering. How are hiring practices transformed such that we're not biased? Women are not entering the job market to begin with because of biases. How are mentorship and development programs structured? To ensure that there's equal or equitable access to mentorship to women as well as part of your mentorship and development programs. The equitable pay, as an HR practitioner, have you reviewed and ensured that you're not biased in terms of who gets more versus who gets less at the same pay scale? And also just addressing unconscious biases and stereotypes. There's an element of training that companies can engage in, but also there must be some assessments to understand whether this is effective or not. And then in terms of the middle block, our associations, there's a big role that we can play as well as being advocates for diversity and inclusivity at industry level. How are we being the voice for women in the industry as associations? How do we put out best practices, thought leadership, what works, what doesn't work, to guide companies, to guide individuals in terms of what works in terms of industry transformation? And how do we advocate for economic inclusion? I talk about funding opportunities. How do we structure ourselves, or who who gets awarded work? How is that influenced in the association? So this is some of the questions that, whether you fit in the box on the far right or on the far left, that you can ask yourselves and reflect on. If you have a great answer to that and you say, this is what we do, then you're already on the right track. But when you reflect on this and you say, but okay, we haven't thought about that, we have not done that, then that's a gap or an opportunity for change. And then in terms of our government, how are we having enabling policies and regulations, entrepreneurship and access to opportunities, and then addressing economic inclusion? I must applaud the CBE for having this platform as well, because I think this is a step in the right direction, and it allows us to actually engage on such issues. So this is quite a great platform, and it shows how an enabling environment is being fostered in our industries. And then almost lastly, but not quite, the other thing we can do is we can write books. So I wrote a book called Unleash Your Unique Advantage, where I share my own experience navigating a career in male-dominated industries. And we often think that our stories will not make a difference. But after I published this book, the level of excitement I got from young women who said, when I saw, your image on the cover, I knew that I'm in the right place, in the right industry, and therefore I'm encouraged to stay. Or when I read this chapter in your book, I also had some obstacles. I thought, I needed to be different or to change. But when I read your book on how you've navigated and you found your own identity in the industry, I said, you know what, I'll show up as my best self. I'll put my hand up. I'll be more confident, and encourage me to do that. So I'm encouraging everyone to write your story. Tell us about how it was the time you spend time on a construction site. What are the challenges that you encountered, and being honest about that. And if you have navigated that situation, share your tips on what has made all the difference to you. So I encourage you to write books, and write many books, because we need a whole library of books talking about this. And so in closing, it's evident that much needs to be done to achieve gender parity in our industry, but it's imperative for our continent to move forward. Gender equality is also a critical enabler to many of the Sustainable Development Goals. We talk about the Sustainable Development Goal, but my argument is also that gender equality is a thread that needs to run through all of them for those goals to be sustainable. So I've presented some of the case studies of the initiatives that can be run by individuals and organizations, but it's also quite clear that we need a joint collaboration between different sectors, different industries, different associations, business. Everybody in this ecosystems needs to put in their equal share of addressing this challenge. And we must all be advocates and champions for change. Look at how you respond when you're faced with a situation where you feel there's a level of bias. You can be the influencer in not the other influencer, but you can influence the change in that situation that'll make a difference in even one woman's life. So being an advocate and saying, not on my watch, this is not going to happen on my watch. I'm going to be the one that's going to drive for change. So I think that will help us build a sustainable female pipeline. I want to just leave you with this parting quote. It says, as women leaders of our generation, we are the ones we've been waiting for. The time to change the narrative was yesterday, but we can still start today and be the change we wish to see in the world. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to your questions later on. And with that, I'll hand over to you, Program Director. Thank you for being gracious with time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. What you have shared was so powerful, and I know definitely our audience is really grateful. Like, one of the things that I just want to really touch on that resonated very deeply with me is when you said we have to be the change that we want to see, and that is so on point. So as we go through the program, we are really encouraging other women to become mentors. Guys, sharing is caring. So open yourself up, volunteer your time to industry. And the only way we're going to see change is if we catalyze the change. With that being said, I'd like to then move on to introducing our next speaker. Before I do that, I just wanted to make you guys aware that there may be some polls that will pop up on your screen. Would like you to kindly contribute and vote. Also, I've been reading the comments that I left in the comments. They are quite powerful. And what I want everybody to do, you remember in the morning we spoke about the handles for the CBE. Please go share some of those comments and take-home messages on the platform, and let's make it really a beneficial session even for people who are not present. Lottie is going to be our next speaker. So Ms. Lottie Mathabata is currently the Transformation Program Specialist at the CBE. And what she is going to be doing for us today is she's going to be giving us insights into the CBE Advisory Throughput Study to set the tone for today. And with that being said, we don't have a bio for Lottie, but Lottie will be so kind as to give us a young introduction of herself before she goes into the topic. Thank you so much. I'm handing over to you, Lottie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lottie Mathabata, better known as Rilotilwe. I'm coming from the CBE. I'm a transformation program specialist and initially a science communicator. My presentation today would be focusing on the throughput study that the CBE has conducted. Okay. Firstly, the CBE, being the Council for the Built Environment, reports to the Republic of Public Works and is an overarching body for the 6 professional councils, being EXA, SACAP, Quantity Surveyor Professions, Property Valuers, SETLAB, and Construction Project Managers. And by Memorandum of Understanding, we've included IAPASA, SAGC, and SECPLAN. And this is because they are part of the whole built environment. Our legislative mandate is to lead, advise, regulate, and coordinate. Then, looking into our throughput study, the built environment as we know it is much more than just brick and mortar. It is essential to development, economic growth, job creation, and poverty alleviation. The sustainability of the sector relies heavily on the availability of appropriate and capable skilled workforce that can adequately handle the demands of constantly changing and evolving construction and building industry. The national plans prioritize building a capable state. And when I say the national plans, I mean the National Development Plan, National Infrastructure Plan, and South African Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Those are the plans that prioritize in building a capable state. The state that will play a developmental and transformative role in improving the quality of education, skills development, and innovation in order to rise in employment opportunities to foster economic growth. The challenges faced by the sector currently relies heavily on the demand of built environment products as well as skilled, experienced workforce. However, studies indicate that South Africa is experiencing drastic shortage of skilled workforce in the sector. Unfortunately, the acute skills shortage in the sector has affected quality and productivity of construction projects over the years. More so, it usually takes over longer period of time to complete projects than estimated time when the workforce has inadequate skills. necessary to perform the work. This results in time and cost overruns. Unfortunately, corruption is one of the passive things in the construction and built environment industry in many countries, and South Africa is no exception. By 2030, unless measures are put in place, close to $6 trillion could be lost annually through to corruption, mismanagement, and inefficiency. The primary challenge of the sector is slow pace of transformation, perpetuating the current status quo of the built environment being a male-dominated industry, informally known as the gentleman's club. Looking at the supply of built environment professions, we looked at the high school level, the tertiary level, the candidates, and the professionals. The objectives of this study, and being the main objective of this study, was to determine whether the current demand for built environment professionals meets the supply for professionals. To analyze the supply side trends and patterns, which covers the school level, the tertiary level, candidates level, and professional level, and to estimate the current demand side, looking at the built environment professionals based on infrastructure needs for the country, which focus on the Infrastructure Development Plan Act of 2014. And lastly, to identify the bottleneck areas that affect the supply and demand of built environment professions and recommend interventions where possible. As I've already mentioned, the analysis is going to look at the total number of students or learners who wrote National Senior Certificate and achieved bachelor admissions through the gateway subjects being maths and science, the total number of students enrolled and completed built environment qualifications, the total number of registered candidates for the built environment for the period 2014 to 2021, the total number of registered professionals in the built environment for the period 2014 to 2021. And lastly, we are going to determine if the population, the professional population ratio for the period 2014 to 2021. The PPR is mainly to see if we've got enough professionals for the population that we have in South Africa. The school site analysis indicate that there's a the gender representation is in line with the country's demographics. When you look at it, in 2021, almost 700 students wrote the learners from high school wrote the NCS certificate. And when you look at it again, 55% of those learners were female, while 44% were males. On average, 55.4% of females who wrote the matric passed with bachelors, as compared to 14.3% of males. So one can assume that females are not scared of maths and science gateway subjects. There's a problem, however, when you go into enrollments. When you look at enrollments, from 2014 to 2020, we had an upward trend of students who enrolled for built environment qualifications. However, females account for less than 30% of those students. On average, for the period 2014 to 2021, women trended at 26%, while males trended at 74%. This means that the problem starts when students need to choose subjects at tertiary levels. Like the previous speaker mentioned, we need to start advocating for the built environment qualifications and professions at home to younger kids, because we cannot start it at high school level where they don't know what the profession is all about. When you look at completions, purely because university completions are an important statistic as they determine the number of graduates ready to enter the job market. Out of an annual average of 62,000 students who enrolled for the built environment qualifications annually, only 11,000 complete their qualification. We are losing almost 50,000 through the cracks, and I do not understand how. The data also indicates that higher percentage of females completing the built environment qualifications, almost 30% in comparison to those who enrolled, 28%. So one can also imagine that The women that enrolled for this built environment qualifications are trying by all means to complete their qualifications. However, due to a number of structural challenges, being falling pregnant, losing interest in the qualification, financial mishaps, maybe some of those students fall off the cracks. And some of the reasons might be because of coaching and mentoring at tertiary levels. We do not have enough coaches and mentors for our high school learners. We therefore call for voluntary associations to have structures in tertiary institutions that can support the tertiary students throughout their qualifications. When you look at it, the candidacy level is an important level as it determines how many people are going to be professionals in the sector. Although the total number of candidates is increasing annually, it is only doing so at a low rate of less than 10% per annum. When you look at it from 2014, we had 23,000 candidates. And in 2021, we've got 35,000 candidates. This statistic is not supposed to be increasing at the rate that it's supposed to be increasing because candidates are supposed to be professionalized after 4 years. However, when we look at the gender imbalances in the candidacy sphere, we see that there's a gender imbalance. The gender imbalance continues at candidacy levels, with females constituting only 27.7% of the total number. When you look at where our candidates are, 69% of these candidates are in engineering, followed by SECEP, followed by quantity surveyors, followed by property valuers, construction project managers, and SECLEP. So it means that at a candidacy level, there's still a need for mentoring. There's still a need for exposure. There's still a need for candidates to have exposure to work that is going to assist them to professionalize, because we cannot have only 27, we cannot have candidates staying in the candidacy program for a longer period of time. And then when you look at the professional level, on average for the period under review, the number of professionals in the built environment has been increasing at a low rate of less than 5%. However, it is alarming because when you look at it, it should be increasing at the rate of at least 20%, looking at how many candidates come into the system. And then when you look at the gender imbalances, it is further exacerbated with the females' share shrinking from 27% at candidacy to only 11% at professional registration level. So it means that most of our females are also flocked into the candidacy levels. The previous speaker mentioned that in certain industries, women are not even allowed in construction firms because of who they are, women. So as a result, women are not getting exposure that is going to allow them to be professionally registered. This is a problem because it means that the legacy of apartheid is continuing in our industry. The legacy of women being discriminated for who they really are, being women, is continuing in our industry. This means that the gentleman's club, as it is termed, the built environment, it is still going to perpetuate unless measures are taken into place. And then when you look at the demand for built environment professionals, we started with the population professional ratio. In 2021, the population of South Africa had 54 million professionals and only 54 million people and only 41,000 professionals, making the ratio 1:3,000. This means that every professional is responsible for 1,300 people. Although many countries that use this formula were focusing on science, engineering and technology being said professionals or engineering professionals, there's not enough literature on the professional population ratio for the built environment sector. However, regarding the engineering profession, Lawless points out that for South Africa, one engineer per 3,006 is responsible for 3,000 members of the population, ranks well with countries such as Brazil, the United Kingdom, Australia, and Chile, although we are well ahead of our country, of African countries such as Tanzania and Zimbabwe. Given the scope of the infrastructure project in the country, it can be concluded that South Africa does not have enough built environment professionals to deliver on the infrastructure budget as communicated in 2019, 2020, and 2021 national and provincial budget speeches respectively. The key findings to this study indicates that although the total number of candidates is increasing annually, it's only doing that at a low rate of less than 10% per annum. On average, for the period under review, the number of professionals in the built environment has been increasing at a low rate of less than 10% per annum. The built environment graduates are locked in their candidacy level, possibly due to lack of exposure to relevant job opportunities. Many graduates are unemployed. As such, they are unable to progress to be registered to registration status. The gender imbalances is further exacerbated with females shrinking from 27% at candidacy to 11% at professional registration level. As I conclude, I'm going to be making the following recommendations. Firstly, it is recommended that the gazetted infrastructure projects should be optimally used to place and expose candidates and unemployed graduates to respective competencies as required for professional registration. In doing so, the CIDB skills for infrastructure delivery standards should be used to hold companies accountable for the skills development aspects of candidates, while the CBE structured candidacy framework, as it's been reviewed right now, should be used to direct the nature of effectiveness of the respective candidacy program. Secondly, in response to the low number of women within the built environment, the CBE and CBEPS should place increased emphasis on female learners while conducting their respective career awareness campaigns. And thirdly, based on the large number of candidates and unemployed graduates as confirmed through the study, and the insufficient number of infrastructure projects at present, to cater for the professional development, it is hereby recommended that the CBE should conduct a study to explore the use of simulated projects amplified by technologies such as virtual, augmented realities within the professional development spaces in order to facilitate and expedite professional registration. The CBE through the WIGI TCF and platforms such as this one should encourage a mentorship and coaching for women by women as a way of building female talent in the built environment. And lastly, as I close, it is embarrassing as a woman to be speaking to you today and reiterate that as women, we do not have a space in the built environment. We should be doing something about it as women who are in the sector. We should encourage our young girls. We should encourage our professionals. We should encourage our candidates. And also, as women in the sector, we should also be doing something, lifting one up to ensure that we are building a pipeline of built environment talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lottie, for that. I actually forgot to share with the audience earlier on that all the presentations that I made today will be shared with everybody who is in attendance. And I'm also hoping that you have gotten an opportunity to respond to the poll. There's been 2 polls that have been shared. And really, if you observe the topics there, it is aligned with the objective of today's webinar, which is actually building the pipeline. But I think one of the things I want us to all think about and share ideas during the Q&A is how do we prevent a leakage of the pipeline? Because I think the built environment is one area that is really struggling with leakage. So building the pipeline without making sure it is going to be consistently full is sort of self-defeating. So one of the key things we'd like to hear from you guys is how do we prevent the leakage of this pipeline? A poll just went up again now, so please go and vote. because the key reason why we're doing these polls is because if you do have problems that you'd like the CBE to assist with, we want to know what the problems are. It doesn't help working in the blind and saying, what do the people need? Please take this opportunity to let us know. And then another thing that I'm going to then introduce that's coming up in our program is a video by one of the graduate, Ms. Onalisa Mabete, who was a beneficiary of a bursary for Masike Isizwe bursary program. And really, this is not going to be her presenting to us. We are going to be playing a video. And I mean, you will naturally see that one of the key enabling methods is to give bursaries to the industry. And then, of course, coupled to encouraging our students in the schools to do maths and science. I'm handing over to Gia to play the video. Enjoy. Just give us a moment. There we go. There is no volume.
Would ask me, why did you choose this career? Hi everyone, my name is Onelisa Mabeche. I am 28 years old, originally from Eastern Cape, in a small town called Kovimbaba. I passed my matric in 2013. I started at CPUT. I graduated with my national diploma in building and 2 BTECs, one in quantity surveyor and the second one in construction management. Many people would ask me, why did you choose this career as a woman? I always knew that I want to go to university and study construction, but I didn't know which path I would take in construction. Growing up in rural areas, seeing people build their houses with mud and stones, it became a desire to me that one day I want to see myself in construction. Construction is a male-dominated environment. My main aim was to show men that women can do it too. While I was studying at CBET, I had so many challenges. The first challenge was to get funding for my studies. And secondly, varsity was very difficult. I remember on my first test, as a first-year student, I got 8 over 50, and I wanted to give up. But I remind myself why I started this. And I was able to graduate on a record time for my diploma. While I was doing my BTEC, I got a bursary from Masike Isizwe. Masike Isizwe really helped me. They were able to change my life. While I was studying my BTEC, I was looking for an internship to build my career and my portfolio. And I got an internship from CPUT Infrastructure as a project manager intern. That internship really helped me to decide which path I want to take. Being responsible for a project from a start to finish, it was very exciting for me. And then on 2021, I got placed by my bursary at Department of Infrastructure, where I started my candidacy journey. It has been a great journey for me, even though there are some up and down. But nothing makes me happy knowing where I am going and what I want. Right now, I am concentrating to develop my knowledge of my chosen discipline and develop my skills to progress along the career ladder and hope to get my professional registration. Being in construction is very exciting and unpredictable, but it's amazing to see a piece of work progress over a period of time. There are not many industries where you see the start of a project. For example, an open space of land and see it progress through a design and then to the actual construction phase. Being in this industry is very exciting for me. When you are in this industry, you are part of fulfilling a necessity for society. We do get some challenges as a woman. We get sexually harassed just walking by construction site, inappropriate behavior from men. But what I've learned is that confidence matters. You need to fully gain confidence on your own voice. And also, getting good mentors is the most important way of learning and developing your career. My advice, do not be afraid to walk through unexpected doors when they open. You will not ruin your career if you are not challenged. Take a risk. When opportunity knocks, answer it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so inspirational. I think I really like the end of the video where she says fear, she's addressing fear. And I want you guys to understand that your desires and your wishes are on the other side of fear. So please don't allow fear to cripple you. And I think one of the clearest messages that came through from the video is that to succeed in your career, you need to be patient, you need to be passionate, you need to be gamed on in terms of perseverance. So in other words, we are saying quitting is not an option. Guys, we never quit. We just keep pushing and pushing until we get to the end. With that, let me then go and introduce the next sector of our program. And as per my sharing earlier, we're going to have speakers from 4 of the councils that fall under the built environment. And really the topics that they are going to be tackling, or rather sharing with us, topic 1 is going to be the status quo of women in the built environment professions. And then topic number 2 is going to be the best part that is linked to access. It's going to be telling us about programs that are in place to attract female talent and really to catalyze professional registration. I just want to say this, guys, for you to really grow quickly or to get paid what you deserve, you have to get professionally registered. And I think our speakers will give some insight into that. Our first speaker on the program is going to be Ms. Lorato Tigedi, and she is representing the Environmental Assessment Practitioners Association of South Africa. I'm going to hand over to you, Lorato. So Lorato will be joining us shortly. Keep voting on those polls. Please go to the social medias and share your thoughts.
Thank you, Program Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here on this event organized by CBE on behalf of IPASA, the Environmental Association Practitioners of South Africa. I'm really looking forward to an interactive dialogue whereby we'll be sharing diverse perspectives and experiences when it comes to women empowerment, as well as gender equality transformation in the built environment. I'm going to start by sharing my screen. My name is Lorato Tigedi. I'm a director of NSVT Consultants. We are based in Bloemfontein, but we render our services nationwide. So we're not really determined by boundaries. Okay. Outlining my presentation, we're going to start by introducing the association, as well as touching on the objectives, zooming into the transformation objectives, overview of the CPD policy, the mentorship, and also touch on my journey as an women environmental consultant in this sector. Then we'll go to the questions. IPASA is a registration authority established under Section 24H, Registration Authority Regulations of the National Environmental Management Act of 1998 as amended. And it is also a professional body that is recognized by SAQRA in terms of the NQF Act of 2008 as amended in 2018. Our vision is basically to have a transformed profession of competent, ethical, and legally registered environmental assessment practitioners contributing to South Africa's sustainable development agenda. And our vision is to advance the quality of environmental assessment practice in South Africa through registration of EAPS. EAPS in this regard is environmental assessment practitioners. So I'll be using the word EAPS a lot because it's quite long. So our objectives is to provide relevant authorities, development proponents, and the public in general with quality assurance regarding the EAPS. And this is done in the association by having a criteria and procedures in place to register and have sanctions for EAPS. We also, as registered members, have to uphold a defined code of ethical conduct and practice and acting in the best interest of the environment, sustainable development, and the public good. And then we need to promote continued professional development for EAPS in South Africa, as well as to promote the transformation of environmental assessment practice through the empowerment of Black and female professionals, as well as to promote awareness on the purpose and practice of environmental assessment in South Africa. Moving on to our registration step. As of this moment, on the 31st of May, we were actually having 1,323 registered members, of which 82% is registered and the 17% is candidate EAPS. And of that, I'm happy to say that the females are actually dominating at 56.9% when we're looking at our gender stats. So what are we saying when you talk about transformation in our association? It has to start at the leadership. So if the leadership doesn't have buy-in in transformation, then the association won't be able to have that realized. And you can see that because our board has an appropriate representation as per IPASA constitution. We have 9 board members, of which 5 is women. And then looking at our members, we need to have a fair and inclusive registration, which recognize prior learning. So therefore, if a person can prove to us that they have the competence to be registered, then the process is fair and exclusive, and everybody has to follow the same process. We have continued professional development points for mentoring historically disadvantaged individuals. So as registered members, we are actively have a responsibility to ensure that mentorship becomes part of our day-to-day lives. And then we have learnership and bursary programs, as well as partnering and outreach for potential entrants to the profession. So IPASA CPD mentorship and capacity building, as I said, is recognized by SAQRA. It is also required to ensure that EAPS undertake continuing professional development. We do that by attending courses, attending training, attending workshops. And then IPASA CPD policy ensures that registered EAPS not only develop and uplift themselves, they also contribute to skill transfer, capacity building, and awareness raising in the environmental assessment sector, especially for youth and women. And this is achieved through the IPASA mentorship program, assisting aspiring candidate EAPS, especially young female professionals, to develop knowledge and skill complementary to EA practice to enhance competence and career prospects. Through career and university drives, female scholars and students are introduced to the environmental field and mentorship program. Thus, efforts to increase capacity building at university and high school levels are realized. So here is just to give you what we've done so far as IPASA. We've held workshops at University of Pretoria. This is part of introducing what IPASA is about, so that we don't lose our undergraduates when they graduate, then they end up doing the courses that they didn't study for at schools, and also kind of to remind them why they chose math and science to start with when they were still in school. We also had a workshop at the bottom left, which was held in Perth, And the bottom right is the Careers Day when it was held at Nsako High School. So it is evident that IPASA is indeed going to the ground roots to make sure that we advocate maths and science. Then IPASA's CPD mentorship and capacity building. As candidate EAPs, we have to make sure that they are competent and they are empowered to be able to register as professional EAPs. So we wouldn't want to have a candidate EAP who stays forever as a candidate and not actually moving to be a professional. So they need, under mentorship of a registered EAP, undertake at least 3 EIAs, environmental impact assessment or reviews, basic assessment or Section 24G applications at an appropriate scale, conducted while they hold the primary responsibility in the project. Candidate EAPs and young female EAPs to meet the requirements of a registered EAP and be recognized as competent, established, and empowered practitioners. Transformation skills, transfer, capacity building, and awareness raising for women in the sector. Hello? So sharing with you, being an environmental consultant as a woman in the sector, everybody has said by now, hello? It is a male-dominated industries. And I mean, it's my company as a small business, so I get to firsthand experience the late payments that they happen, and as a result, they're affecting business growth because it is difficult for you to bring in young professionals on board, and then as a result, they're gonna sit all day in the office not doing anything, and then when it's time to be paid, they can't get paid because a PSP maybe hasn't submitted their invoice. So it is quite a challenge. And the other one that I experienced was that institutional support, it seems not to be understood for our profession. I once approached one of the supporting agencies requesting non-financial support. And the first question that I was asked is as to whether we have working clients. And I tried to explain to say, this is what we're doing. All that I need of you is to loan me to buy a software at GIS because it's quite expensive for a small business. And I was just told that, no, it's not possible. They would actually give me an example of somebody in catering who would actually need a stove. Then they can actually buy that because it's something that they can see with the naked eye, unlike a software, which is a key or a link that is sent directly to my laptop. And the other reality is the work-personal life balance. When it comes to women, the scales are not balanced. I mean, when it comes on a Saturday, as a woman, you're expected to make sure that you are at home, you're seeing that the kids are okay and the house is in order. But at the time, you actually get your male counterparts going to attend golf clubs, going hunting, and that's where they're networking. I mean, that's where they seize opportunities. So it's kind of a difficult journey, but I must say we're finding ways of going around it. And this one is really not because I'm a woman, but more from being an environmental assessment practitioner. We tend to get involved in the project after the planning phase has been completed. And then when you get there and you're trying to advise our fellow team members, they don't seem to understand the importance of environmental protection because they would now tell us that we are delaying the process. So what I want to add as the last part is just to share my journey as a professional in this industry. My part, what I've done so far, South African National Biodiversity Institution normally have career days, and then I would go and introduce the profession to the learners. Normally it's grade 11 to grade 12. And this picture here, which is bottom right, was taken at a career day that we once had here in Bloemfontein. And then we also have ABBA Week, which is on the 1st to the 7th. It's no longer an Arbor Day, it's now an Arbor Week, which is 1st to the 7th of September. And I once in a while volunteer when they're cleaning at the Naval Hill. It's a nature reserve here in Bloemfontein. And then we get to interact with undergraduates in the field, as well as having cleanups. And I'm also lastly actively mentoring up and coming graduates through my company. And with that, I would like to, in closing, to say IPASA is having a regional conference, which is the second one, on the 23rd to the 25th of October, 2023. And if you want more information on IPASA, you can follow the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn, or send an email to the chairperson at ipasa.org or registrar at ipasa.org. Thank you very much.
So before I introduce our speaker for item 5.2, I just wanted to encourage everyone to prepare their questions. So we are going to have a Q&A session after the four councils have spoken. So please prepare the questions. And I think one of the things I need to share in advance is we will prioritize people who will be verbally giving the questions to the panel members. So if you've typed on the chat, please just bear in mind that the problem with chat is sometimes repetition. So we encourage you to please raise your hand and then we will allow you to come on the floor. Let me then introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is Dr. Bridget Samula, and she's currently the CEO at the Engineering Council of South Africa. She will give us a little bit of a brief background about herself. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Samula.
Thank you very much, Levo. And thank you for the good work you do for EXA. It always doesn't go unnoticed. So my name is Dr. Bridget Samula. I'm the CEO of Engineering Council South Africa, and I started working in November last year. I am formally trained as a civil engineer. My master's and my PhD is in transportation engineering and aviation. I've had a career that ranges from the cradle to grave of the life of an engineer. I've been in academia, I've been in research through CSIR, and I spent 9 years in industry, working for ACOM in over 4 countries. So I really lived the life of a global engineer in many ways. So I'm going to present quite a couple of initiatives for EXA that we are embarking on to be able to target women in engineering. And a lot has been said. I think it's important that we realize that a lot has been said. So I'll go through quite a bit on aspects that are really unique to Engineering Council South Africa. And so I'll go through the slides. The first slide really tries to contextualize where EXA sits within the CBE. It is one of the professional councils that are in the CBE family. IPASA has just been added on. And so this is where we lie and we report into a lot of the initiatives for CBE, and we partner in a lot of the initiatives, this being one of them, an important one. So what is our mandate as EXA? It really is a statutory body providing registration for candidates, professionals, and a lot of specialized categories that very few people know about, but are quite important in trying to make sure that that we are making sure that the engineers apply their knowledge and skill with public interests, and also making sure that they deliver their work quite ethically, knowing and understanding the impact that engineering has on the built environment, on communities, on our projects, the public purse, and our job is to make sure that we register the professionals that go through that, but we also look at accrediting a lot of the engineering programs. So some of our core functions, the registration of candidates. So after they finish at university, here you have us at university trying to sell the value of being professionally registered. At universities, we accredit our higher education institutions programs for engineers, engineering technologists, and engineering technicians. We also look at the recognition of voluntary associations, and a lot of them, we do a lot of work in partnership with them around mentorship and so on. The training academies where a lot of the CPD does get delivered. We also are responsible for publishing the code of conduct for the engineers and engineering practitioners, the code of practice and the fees for the sector. We also come up with that information. And in the event that there is an engineer or an engineering practitioner encompassing whether they're a technologist, technician, or an engineer that has contravened the code of conduct, we do run a process of being able to investigate improper conduct so that the public can be able to have safety and recourse, because we then go through a process that is documented and regulated through the Engineers Profession Act. So here I present the numbers that we have in terms of registration. This is the registration numbers that we have up till 31st March 2023. Again, we do show the numbers being about 14% engineers, female engineers versus the men. And I think for many of us, we know what that class was like, right? We were really always the minority. So there are certain things I agree with in terms of us being able to rope in girls a little bit younger, being able to see their role models so that we could be able to grow this number. Engineering for a long time has always not been an attractive profession, and that's why the role models that Innocentia was talking about become quite important for people to be able to see. We are looking at growing our numbers in terms of transformation with regards to race. And we are looking at our number of registered candidates, trying to make sure that our registration numbers are people that can be able to provide a service for us. We do have quite a number of aging professionals, and so a lot of the programs that we're going to focus on, making sure that we get professionals going through, making sure that once these over 70 individuals then retire, they can be able to become the mentors that our younger candidates need going forward. So what we show in this is the women over a 10-year period. So we start from about 2012, and truly the number has grown. If we just look at the number of people registered by gender over time, 2012, we're looking at only 383 women that were registering, and that is the annual registrations, right? So it's not the cumulative number. However, so it has grown from 383 to last year was about 1,042. And I think that for me, it would be a good number to sell at 170%. However, the gender parity between men and women is still really 1 in 3. And so it is something that we need to be able to address, especially because our backlog had predominantly men in that sector. So the women are coming in, and that's why you see us still lagging at the 14% of the total pipeline. But we are putting a couple of initiatives in place that I will be able to speak to. What we then show in this slide is really the difference between our numbers in 2016 and 2020, 2021. There is a market increase. So there's been a growth of about 2 basis points between the engineers and whether it's also the engineering technologists, it's about 4% growth. The certificated engineers who are really a profile that sits within the mining environment have also grown, but still, albeit this number is always low within the mining sector. And we are setting up a couple of targeted programs to be able to grow this number. So you can see that we are making small steps, and I think we need the assistance of initiatives of this nature to be able to push through a lot of the transformative agendas that we have in place. And the strategy, our midterm review strategy really looked at what feedback we are getting, and the programs that we'll then be able to talk to you about are quite important in being able to assist us. So this research was done, and Lebu, you did this together with our research team, but these were some of the problems that we identified with registration, and we are looking at a couple of programs because the people stuck in registration are predominantly Black, predominantly female, so we need to be able to look at what the problems are. So this research helped us understand our annual fees are too high, and most government employers don't pay these annual fees. So we are looking at targeting very clear programs, right? Looking at SETAs, for example, to be able to facilitate some of the payment. Our annual fees, we did increase some of our early bird discounts, some of the low-hanging fruit that we could be able to get on board. So we reduced the annual fee increase substantially. It wasn't at par with CPI at all. And we also increased the early bird discount, but we have to be able to look at the business in such a way that we provide a more sustainable way of being able to provide increases or a payment of fees that is commensurate with where our candidates are, what they're earning in their workplace, and how easy it is for getting them into the pipeline without breaking the ability for EXA to run sustainably. So we will be looking at this, looking at the financial revenue model this year, so that we can be able to understand how to be able to really look at lowering fees, because we hear what is happening through both our candidates and our professionals, the registered mentors in their workplace, and this has been spoken about, especially mentors who look like them. So it's a different thing to have a mentor who can be able to leave work on Saturday and go to site, versus you as a candidate, you're a young mother, and it's very difficult to be able to do the same thing. You want a mentor to be able to understand what your work and social life environment looks like. And that's why the third point is quite important, and it has come through quite strongly, especially for the women, balancing family and work life during the candidacy stage. It's the early years of your career, but it is also the years when people have very young families. The responsibility on the women is very different. And so we need to be able to manage that balance, because that is where engineering starts looking less appealing, because they don't know how they're going to go through and go to site for those number of years so that they can be able to be registered at the end of their candidacy stage. Female candidates in the workplace, there's that unconscious bias in terms of design and construction, especially giving them the opportunities to be able to go to site. And I'm talking about going site long-term, remote locations, their safety aspects, but I think there's also a workplace bias that we need to be able to manage. So the workplace is really an important area in which women can be able to grow within this space, but it's also where we lose them the most. But where we can be able to get assistance with the programs, we are doing that. Then the absence of specific tracks for academics and researchers, because many women then tend to do a lot of this type of work. So it becomes important for us to be able to give them the opportunity to have very specific tracks that are attractive for them. But then there is also a general confidence in the experience. Am I ready? How many outcomes am I good at? Where do I have gaps? So that confidence in making sure that they're ready for registration. A mentor does that, but we are trying to see what programs we can run with our VAs to be able to provide for that interim assessment level of readiness, so that as they grow and proceed with their skills training, they can be able to do that and be able to do their report writing. Because this is where the problem is for many of our females. So some of the initiatives that we are also looking at internally within the workplace, what we are doing Within the registration process, we are trying to introduce programs and projects and initiatives that reduce the unconscious gender bias, the unconscious bias within our process. We want to also be able to improve transparency around it, so that there is some level of accountability as well, but prepping them better. I remember within my career when I was at the board of South African Express at that time, we had a couple of ladies who were pilots. So we were running pilot training programs for girls from remote regions, from rural areas who wanted to become pilots. And many of them were failing after the course, and the course had cost the organization about 2 million rand. In digging deeper, it was a confidence issue, which we then found a way to circumvent. And then what we did was what we did is that in the process of identifying the girls who would then go to pilot school and flying school, we would first take them through driving school and advanced driving school. And the girls who excelled in the advanced driving courses then made it to the pilot school. And we got a success rate that jumped from like 20% to about 60% of all the girls being able to get their pilot's license initially within record time. So there are a couple of things that are important for women within the workplace because of the male domination, either in engineering and design, but also in construction with our clients, with staff on site, that we need to be able to do a little bit more work for them. We've also done quite a bit of improving gender representation at an organizational level, making sure that your assessors look like you. So Lebu did say that she does assist us. So it is important and more encouraging if you go in for registration and you see somebody who looks like Lebu, so you're more encouraged than if you walk through a room and everybody does not look or sound like you. It can be quite intimidating as well. We are partnering with our voluntary associations, and we are going to get very specific initiatives, especially around our candidates who are struggling, our candidates who are females who haven't been able to go through the process. And the initiatives like Innocentia talked about are going to be quite important for us going forward, where we commit to providing a safe place for these ladies who've been stuck in the candidacy pipeline for a long time, and making sure that we also facilitate funding, because some of them give up and then they don't have the money to pay anymore. So we want to also be able to provide the funding, but also the home, like Whitbeef initiatives, where they can be able to be assisted in a very targeted manner. The workplace, I said, is quite important. And so some of the things that we want to be able to do: one, increasing the visibility of successful women in engineering through public awareness campaigns, this being one of them. And I think it's important even for myself at a leadership level to be able to present that to the broader team of women, and to understand that this, as much as it is engineering, there is space for all of us and in all the facets of our career in terms of development, but also in practice. We're also talking more with universities, and if any of you are following the Engineering Council, you'll see we're quite involved, universities, high schools, especially the technology high schools, career centers, to provide a lot of information on the careers and promote the profession, making sure that we are representing the diversity of what the engineer looks like, so that we are able to appeal to them at a much younger age, so STEM can be looked at a lot easier. For us, math literacy versus higher grade maths is such an important indicator as to who gets into engineering, who is able to pass in the first 2 years of engineering. And so it is an important marker for us as we look to attracting people into STEM subjects. So we are also increasing access to engineering education and training in partnership with CBE. We're going to look at trying to get a fidelity fund, and we will find a way of structuring it this year. How do we get that reserve money, not just to fund unemployed graduates? Lawyers have that. We need to be able to do that for our unemployed graduates, our struggling candidates, but also the scholarships and bursaries for really bright children, girls especially, and boys. They're in school, they're finalized, but they've lost their bursary because all of a sudden their average was not 75%, it's now 70. And now they don't have a bursary, but they're in their 4th year. Options like that for us are important to be able to step in, so that we can be able to build this pipeline And I've talked about promoting STEM education and the diversity of engineering roles. We did reach out to all of our database. You see, we have about 48,000 members. So we did reach out to them, and we did, particularly the retired mentors. Many of them are at the point where mentorship is their CPD. And so to be able to maintain quite a bit of the work that they do, we've gone to them and asked for pools of mentors. We have gotten feedback about over 2,600 are interested in assisting us. What we want to do is we want to be able to partner like for like, because mentoring, I think one of the things we all take for granted is the dedication of your mentor, their knowledge in the subject area that you require, and their dedication to see you go through all the areas that you might struggle in. And so we want to be able to do that partnership in a very meaningful way so that we have that for the women in the pipeline. Then workplace initiatives. I think this one, especially in organizations like CISA, the one that really handles companies, the return to work opportunities. When I worked for ACOM in the 9 years, one of the really additional value adds that I saw that women had is that there was an opportunity for women who had left the workplace, gone to raise their children, to be able to come back to work and to be able to choose then the path, whether they want to get into design, whether they want to get into industry, whether they want to get into business development, but giving that room for engineers to be able to come and return back to work because they took the time off to be able to raise their children. So this provides a very good platform for us, especially in the engineering sector. And they had very specific programs to help bring them back into the programs. So, and the engineering industry, Innocentia talked about this, but equal pay for women, finding a supportive workspace so that we can be able to grow and develop as we go through the ranks, not on the basis of tokenism, but on the basis of meritocracy, because a lot of our women have to work a lot harder anyway to be able to feel deserving of the place, because we know we are going to be second guessed all the time. So we end up naturally working a lot harder. So giving them that platform to be able to grow and giving them that confidence so that you create for them that path within the workplace is important. So that is all that I had to be able to share with you. And thank you very much for the talk. I will wait for the Q&A at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Like, that was really informative. And I just want to remind everybody on the platform that you will get a copy of the presentations. So the statistics shared here are really empowering, you know, because you know where to go when you need help with what. I'm going to now introduce our next speaker. But before I do that, I think as part of my introduction, I forgot to mention, and the reason I'm sharing this now is because I was reading the questions, and there are two key things that I hope we will address during the Q&A. The first one was issue of legislation, you know, regulating the profession in the built environment. I think we will tackle that during the Q&A. And then the second one was mentorship. People were having a concern about getting professionally registered. And I think I should have said at the beginning that I'm also the president of Inspire the Next movement. And really what that movement does, it helps with registration with EXA. So as an engineer, I do give mentoring to young graduates. And let me tell you now, when you do have a mentor, it is very doable and it is actually easy. Our next speaker is, so I'll type on the chat what my YouTube channel is. You will find a lot of webinars that will empower you there. So we are now moving on to the council, South African Council of Architectural Profession. And we are going to have Ms. Lethabisa Shongwe, giving us details on this council. I hand over to you. Lethabisa?
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Lethabisa Shongwe, and today I'm representing the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. I am representing the architectural practitioners. I have the privileged role of being Vice President of the 5th term of the Council, and I was President of the 4th term. Yes, and then I'll pass that on to my colleague. Yes, I am also a registered architect. I've been now practicing for 16 years, full-time practice. It never feels like it. I think with the daily battles of practice, you don't see the years go by. You only realize when you're asked to put your profile together. Now, SACAP is a regulatory body that protects the public, and it also regulates and registers the profession. I'm just gonna share my screen so that you can also have a bit of an encounter with where I spend most of my time. So this is the practice that I head, that I lead, that I own, called ArcLife Architects, and it was established in 2011. That's around about the time that I got my professional registration after doing my master's. You know, ArcLife, I'm going to tell you a very beautiful personal story to me, but I'm fine now. So it came about when I was retrenched in 2010 after working on Soccer City. So I have stadium exposure. I was part of that team that created a stadium. You'll be surprised to know only 5 architects worked on a stadium, you know, despite what they make it seem out to be. And I knew that right then, that is reason enough to buy a door and make a table and start ArcLife Architects. As you can see, we are quite a creative practice, and we're located in Pretoria, and we do some work in Bloemfontein as well as in Johannesburg. Project exposure is libraries. We've done clinic, also AXA or Tambo. That one was a very, very challenging project. I think as women, I came to the realization that when you're working in a very, very challenging, unsupported environment, it does have costly things. I mean, one of the things that happened to me is that I gained eczema. I've never had eczema, and it turns out it was because of stress. So these are some of the things that come with practice. You know, it's the work that you love, it's the work that you're pushing forward, and you know, you're bringing women in, but at the same time, it takes a toll. And one of them was that we could never fall pregnant until I was 42, when I actually got a driver. So in any case, project exposure is also schools and libraries. So I've been around a bit, and I've been blessed to also have been supported mainly by family, but also I know how to position myself nicely in the space of the pepperhead gentlemen, mostly the white gentlemen who've been around for a while. I quickly learned that in the profession, that if you want to advance, you know, you have to learn how to handle relationships, the working relationships, and also to allow the team in the project to help to support it and push it forward. I'm just gonna. So we've had some clients that have believed in us, and that is myself and some of the ladies that have been supportive in ArcLife as part of the team, and we've done quite a bit of work. I've also had the privilege of being a recipient of the Coral Brick Student Award, top Masters Award in my year, as well as second national. In 2010, I mentioned this award because what I'd also done is to go on, and in my practice is to try to hire more female staff than necessarily male. And what I'm particularly interested in are the students that are just coming out of their degree level, as well as in their master's level, because I try to coach them as well to push to winning these coveted awards. And I must say, I have succeeded. I will just go on to show you a couple of these ladies. We have Tshehu here, who's also doing her master's. We have Lana here, who also went on to win the Coral Student Award. That gives you quite a lot of big money in order to also make some investment decisions. And we also have some other candidates that have gone on to work for mining companies. So, and we have mentors, you know, you bring your father and you bring an ex-employer who's also a mentor. And part of some of this work exposure is working on Stadia. And now I'm going to move over to the council, where I serve full heart. At ArcLab, I serve full-time. If I may kindly just share, I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I'm going to share the next screen. Okay. I'm just trying to share here. You can just bear with me a bit. Wait, I close this one. And then I open this one. Okay, now this is where I serve in the regulatory body. You know, it's very interesting. While you are participating in these councils or in your professional environment, you don't realize that there are other people that are seeming to see your good work or your participation or your enthusiasm. And when I became the president of the interim fourth term to come and help with governance issues and to restore confidence back in our profession, I was actually unanimously voted by a panel of men. At the beginning, I thought this was a bit of a setup, but actually they said no, they saw there was some inner fire in a person. And I realized that as women, we should not be afraid to take up these seats, even if you don't know the way forward. I realized that the only way is just to you know, sometimes you must just throw yourself in, just take that jump, and then the universe will sort you out. Yes, now our council, it is no secret that there are exceptionally very few architect women out there. You know, and I still don't understand why this is, but I think it comes from certain stereotypes or just certain professions that are marketed even more heavily. You know, it's more known that the engineers out there, matriculants tend to know about the engineering fraternity and less about architecture. But what SACAP has been doing is embarking and going to the different high schools and to create exposure into architecture. You know, if you think about it, that if you can get African women who put together their houses out of Adobe, that is architecture right then and then. So it actually really is a craft, and I find that the ladies that do end up taking it up, they tend to be confident and they do excel. But at this time, we are still having a great lagging behind with the African females in taking up architecture as a profession. We can see that there's about 1,000 white females this year that came through to go on to become registered. And while there's about 111 in the whole country right now, females that are registered architectural professionals. Yes, just in going forward now, candidates, it's very vital, you know, that we look into our candidates, because they are the people that are providing this pipeline. One of the things that I do at SACAP is I'm chairperson of stakeholder relations. As you can see, I love to talk. But in any case, and one of the things that I love to do is to build bridges. You know, we have to build bridges and create connections. So one of the things that we introduced is a program which is going to be launching soon, which is to track a learner. It's not only just good enough to get statistics from the universities at final year, but we need to be getting them at the first day when they walk in. They need to be signing up and getting a student registration number. This way, then we are hoping that, with systems like *120 *4 something hash, a student can be able to, to click in to say they are still enrolled for the year, they are not enrolled for the next semester, they are moving on to the next one, where you start to see, should they drop off, what are the reasons? So these are some of the programs that we are looking at and we are passionately about to implement, possibly in this next coming term. In fact, it has to be, because in this way we're able to track these females, and and in fact all learners, and of course it is the African learner who are in the least numbers. Now, one of the things that SACAP is also doing are providing bursaries for learners. They've been currently providing bursaries from first year to fourth year. And then over time, we started to see that there's actually a strong need to have bursaries for the master's level, because in architecture, in order to become a registered architect, meaning you have, according to IDOW, you have the skills to do all types of building complexities, and you are unlimited. You need to go through to do your master's, and that's another 2 years. So that is a year that is needing to be heavily funded, because you can imagine at the end of the day, if you go on to be able to do all of those 6 years, yes, with your work experience in between, it means you have removed this glass ceiling that is above your head. Those are one of the things that I wanted to do. I wanted to determine my level. So now SACAP is now looking into being able to fund the master's level in order to actually properly affect the numbers. Okay, and then these are the candidates, the female candidates. The female candidates that have gone on to go and pass their professional board exam this year are 61 and African, and then 178 white. Now, these are the specific categories of females that are registered as students within SACAP. There are 22 Black and 20 white, and we've also lately we have also incorporated the BCOs, which is the what's this the word slips me. They are the they are the build. Gosh, I'll get back to it. I know them so well. They are the building inspectors. Yes, the building inspectors are now been absorbed as part of SACAP, because they also needed a title. But at the same time, we came to the realization that, they find that at the municipalities, they are needing certain information, and, some architectural professionals are not providing it. And we are trying to just create an element of communication and cooperation, but at the same time, they are also governed by their own council, their own voluntary associations and their own code of conduct, which is to be impartial and to remain separate from the architectural professional. Okay, yes, now we are seeing these are totals. These are totals of registered professionals. Now, these registered professionals are across all categories, the diplomas, the technologists, as well as the architects. So as you can see, the numbers are still, they're about a quarter. We still have a long way to go, because they don't quite yet reflect the demographics our country. You can see it's still under about 500 of African and about 2,000 of white. Yes, look, Asian and colored, they do matter. I'm just using the African and the white because the numbers are usually still deeply, deeply different. Okay. Now, since 2019, the Fifth Term Council has granted 55 deserving students across various educational institutes, bursaries, and study architecture. And funding was one of more focused on postgraduate, as undergraduate qualifications are funded by government. Okay, there's a poll that just jumped onto my screen here. Okay, and when it comes to recognition of prior learning, one of the projects that we are heavily behind are recognition of prior learning, RPL, because it is known that there was a huge disparity in the past and a huge gap created due to the laws of apartheid that did not create space for practitioners, for Black practitioners, and also women to be coming through to become registered architectural professionals. So this program of RPL is well underway, and we have sent out a lot of communication encouraging those who have been registered with SACEP in the past, but have never ever been able to really progress through professionally in their careers, though they've had incredibly beautifully vast exposure in projects. Some have gone on to even lead projects just simply because of their knowledge and their work exposure. So now this RPL program is happening where candidates bring through their portfolios. So what we look at is a body of evidence, and then it's a panel, which is some council members and then some external members of the public, which are academics, and they sit on this panel and we do assessment, and we find that there are some females that are coming through. Now, SACEP recently assessed 139 RPL applications, but 2 of these applicants that were assessed were females. In total, 55 of the applicants were successful, 13 female applications are successful. I see that these numbers, they still feel small, but when you are sitting in an assessment panel and you actually see a female that is very, very strong and skilled in their work and exposure, and they actually make it through, it's very encouraging. And to us, we count the numbers, the 1 number turns to 2, turns to 3, turns to 4, simply because architecture is exceptionally vast. Just to think about it, you have to have an understanding of all of the disciplines, of all the engineering disciplines out there, even though you never have all the deep knowledge, but you have to have understanding because you still have to coordinate their drawings and coordinate them in a project. And so there was some 60 that were not successful, meaning 12 females were not successful. And then there are some outcomes of assessments, 7 that are still awaiting. So for that we look forward to those females making it through. So one of the things that SACEP is also embarking on, like the previous speaker, the doctor spoke about, is we have a mentorship program that is in place, even though it's also still at its very, very early days. We do find that there's a slow uptake of becoming mentors, and I think it's largely because architecture is very loaded in itself. It really, really takes a lot of time. So a lot of practitioners have a reluctance, but some have signed up, and we are starting to match. We're starting to match to match candidates. And so one of the things that is also quite appreciated are the national awards programs that are there for architectural students because, you know, they award very heavily. You know, they give amounts come the end of the year about 70 and 80,000 rand. So you can imagine how much that kind of a work, that kind of award can be able to set a learner going. One of the things that SACAP is also doing as part of their public protection, very, very importantly, is to encourage candidates to register. You know, a lot of times we find that our candidates and also the female candidates, they wonder to themselves, but why should they be registered with the regulatory body? In fact, some think that if they put themselves there, it means now they put themselves under microscope, but they're slowly starting to see that it creates credibility on a project. And just knowing that you are hinged to a certain council or an organization that helps to vet you creates legitimacies. Lately, we've also had a successful prosecution in one of the courts where you have, you know, rogue practitioners. As I know, maybe some engineers, colleagues, they will also speak about the fact that they've had some of their professional license numbers stolen. And these are things that are happening out there. But what's important is that we need to continue to fight for the female learner and the female practitioner. And I appreciate, you know, the fact that the doctor also touched on the personal things that affect one in their space. I think for the first time in 41 years, I've always felt that no, I'm on par with my male colleagues. And yes, one would mark yourself against them because there's hardly any female colleagues anyways in our space. But then that's where you come to realize that the moment you become a mother, you really, really feel heavily disenfranchised. And I'm sure many leading women have struggled with this, because the one thing is that a building does not wait. No, the building does not wait. It doesn't say, no, the architect or the engineer is nursing. So let's just halt the building, which would be wonderful. But now that's where you would want your office to be well capacitated. And capacity comes with projects, and particularly payment, you know, projects that are not delayed on payment. Yes, projects, one does get projects here and there through government, through public sector, but the important thing is payment on time and not being too delayed, because you find that you would be taking on female, exceptionally brilliant, talented, conceptually amazing ladies, and you'll be bringing them along for about 1.5 years, and you just praying with your fingers crossed to get them past the 2 years so that they can submit their records properly, so they can go on to write their professional registration. And then you find that a project just stops paying, and you're pulling this person for about 6 months to a point where you realize that now you are now taking all bread out of your mouth, and you have to let them go. And that's just the saddest. And what I've done in my practice is that you try to mentor on not just the professional side, but also on the personal side, on finances and on tax, and just trying to put your money in clever ways and not taking up too much debt. And those are some of the things that we try to do for the female candidates, and to encourage that just get registered. Whatever you do, make that to be your first priority. I just want to say thank you for this awesome opportunity by the Council of the Built Environment and all these incredible women leaders that are participating on today's platform. When it comes to the CBE, I also had a chance to be on their board, where I was also a member of the executive panel, but my term there has ended. So I just want to say thank you. And then Program Director, you can take it over from me. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, there it's coming. Okay, thank you so much. I'm really loving how detailed the presentations are. Like, they are so detailed, like we're not even going to struggle with any of our needs. One of the things I just want to say before I call on our last speaker under the councils is just to say that we've had time, like the team has had time in the background to gather the questions and consolidate them effectively. So we're not going to open the floor for you guys to ask questions. We are going to ask particular questions to the council, and these questions are submitted by you guys. So it's just a time-saving strategy that we are going to use. Let me then introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is from the South African Council of Property Valuators Profession, and we are going to be addressed by Ms. Rishoni Naidu. Rishoni, please take over the stage. Okay, I see we've got Prudence up front. We need to have Ms. Naidu. There we go. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm sharing my presentation. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sure. All right. Let me just do it like this. Okay. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, one and all. Thank you, Program Director, for the introduction. My name is Roshni Naidu, and I'm the newly appointed Acting Registrar for the South African Council for the Property Valuers Profession. SACPVP, as we are known, is the regulatory body of the valuation profession in South Africa. That's in terms of the Property Valuation Profession Act, Act 47 of 2000. So just very little and very quick something about me, because I know we have time constraints. I entered the labor market during the apartheid era straight out of university. But my work history was steep in hardship, and head-on I faced many layers of bias, and I heard the echoes of all the good women that spoke earlier on. So it's very much the same thread that runs across, so I wouldn't repeat
Roshni?
it. Yes.
Roshni, small
Yes.
interruption. Can we put a slideshow for your presentation?
I just want to speak to the main slide, and then I will run the slideshow.
Okay,
is that okay?
Perfect.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I can just do it. I can just go to the next slide very quickly. Okay, but I just wanted to give the introduction, if that's okay. Lebo, is that okay?
Let me go back.
Is that
Hi.
okay?
No. So yes, the introduction is welcomed. I was just saying, at the moment, the way the viewers are seeing your presentation, it's not on slideshow. So in other words, full screen.
Okay, all right. Let me just go there.
So please feel free to continue with the intro. I just want the viewer to see it full screen.
Okay, sure.
There we go.
Okay, sure. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So as I was saying, I entered the labor market during the apartheid era and straight out of university. But my work history was steeped in hardship. And back in the time, it was very difficult for a woman of color to actually try to even qualify or train as a valuer. But playing it forward to today, I don't think I would have it any other way, because the best outcome was success. So I was the first person of color to qualify as a professional valuer in South Africa. And the day I qualified, I vowed that I would never, ever let another woman go through what I had gone through. And that is racial slurs and harassment on the field, etc. And I heard many of the speakers earlier speak about that as well. But success for me was turning that adversity and turning it around to help others. And I have been doing that ever since I can remember. So being a voice and participating in transformation strategies, and also accepting those who were intolerable to be with and work with, and coming to terms, especially with the way others thought. Okay. Now, slowly, I've actually won people to my side, won over them to my side, and it's for the betterment of the future and our diverse culture in South Africa. So my career spans across many, many years and over many spheres of government. And I wouldn't go through that, but just let's say it's to all of the national, provincial, local authorities, and it's many years of all different types of projects being in the municipalities, especially capital and major projects for the eThekwini Metro especially, and then in the municipal property rating field as well. But my appointment, I just want to say my appointment as the acting registrar, it's been a very difficult few months. It's just really been a difficult few months. Because sadly I had to take over an administration where not much focus was done on administration. And here I am today listening to how many initiatives there were for women and women empowerment. And yet we today have to catch up on all of that. But it's, I've taken the challenge head on. I need to restore confidence in my profession. And with the blessing of the board, we're moving forward. So now I will start to share my presentation. Okay, that's just valuers. Okay, so this is basically the content of my presentation that I'd like to go through. It's a vision, mission, and values, and we have it revisited. What does transformation look like? The SAC PVP administration board and composition, and accredited educational programs prescribed and recognized, and the SAC PVP registration categories. Okay, let me just clear that. And registration requirements, our affiliation and representation in Africa, but also overseas as well. The question of gender bias, gender equality, and then concluding remarks. So sure, the slide, it's a problem with changing slides. Sorry, the slide seems to be stuck. Level high, the slide seems to be stuck.
All right. Sorry about that, Roshni.
Yes.
What we will do, let's just pull you back, and then we will send you to the front again after we've corrected the error. So it will just take a young 10 seconds. So we will pull you back just now. So to the audience, just give us a minute. We just need to check what is the problem with the slides being stuck. So we will be with you shortly.
Okay, I still can't see a slide.
That. Hi, Roshni.
Hi.
Try and use the bottom, you know the green button at the bottom that says share screen?
Yes, I know.
Did you?
Yes, I am doing that.
Oh, okay. Are you sharing? Okay, because we cannot actually see the presentation. Okay, I think in attempt to not lose too much time, can I maybe, because you can see the slides, I think continue presenting, and since the slides will be shared to the audience, I think it's okay. There we go. It looks like it's back. All right.
Okay, sure.
Sure,
that's a relief. Okay. My goodness. Okay. All right. It's just okay. So okay, let me just move this. Okay. So the vision of SAC PVP is to create a transformed property valuations profession that's one of the world-class standards. Okay. So in that respect, we align ourselves to the international valuation standards. Those valuation standard underpins the valuation profession. And the good news that I need to share with in spite of all the difficulties we are experiencing administratively, the good news is that our new sixth council is moving forward. And I'm very happy to say that now we are going to be producing a goal book. Like all the other professions, for example, RICS would have a red book. We are now producing a goal book. And myself and colleagues have written the first local standards that's going to be included in the goal book. And then obviously we'll have the international valuation standards. As I previously mentioned, that would be the overarching standards. And so as local standards get produced by different types of valuations, for example, just say the right-of-way valuation of right-of-way servitudes, automated banking, just all the auctioneering methodologies in terms of valuations, those local standards will be included in the goal book. So we're actually moving in a right direction, and it's taken a long while, but it's nevertheless coming through at the moment. Then the mission, regulating the conduct of registered persons and dealing with the public. Ever so often, we'll receive many queries or complaints lodged against other registered valuers, or, for example, the other professions. And I heard the earlier speaker saying something about, professional stealing work. And here we have, I wouldn't mention it because we're on a large platform. We have unqualified persons undertaking valuation work, and this has posed a huge problem. And with regards to this, we are now having stakeholder engagements. We speak to the PPRA, the RICS, the SARS, DOJ, etc., because what we try to do is to actually protect the work and reserve the work for our valuers. And then we also provide advisory service to private and public bodies. We protect the interests of the public and promoting the utilization and compliance of the international valuation standards that I've already mentioned. And also we now allocate CET points, or it's also known as CPD points, to voluntary associations. For example, we add to the value chain. So if they have an event, they would apply to have points, and we would allocate points, and it goes in a 5-year cycle. It actually coincides with the registration cycle as well. And then we also are making valuation profession the career of choice. But we have a lot of work to do in there, because previously, as I've said, the administration was quite lethargic in that, and we now, with the new Public Relations and Advocacy Committee, we are now having plans, short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans to get ourselves more visible out there. I think I'm having a problem again with my slide, jeepers. Okay, so for us here at SAC PVP, what does transformation look like? Transformation basically looks like this. It incorporates integrity, honesty, rationality, competence, knowledge, communication, and that's what transformation looks like for us. Now, we look at transformation, not only in the membership, but also organizational transformation. So if you look at all the position or all the letters in red, those are all the female. There's a female component in administration, and you'd see it's just over 50%. Okay. And this is the new Sixth Council. If you look at the Sixth Council as well, we have 50% of female representation at the on the Sixth Council. Okay. And these are the committees of SAC PVP. Education and Standards. We successfully run a practical work school. It's in August every year. And the thought now with the Sixth Council is to have 2 different practical work schools. Previously, we had as a one-fit-all. Now we're going to facilitate one for the candidates and then the others for the more advanced students. Those are in masters and honors. So when we have practical work school, we're not actually looking down at students. It's a fit for purpose. So that's one of the initiatives that's coming through. Registration, yes, registration, you know, one of the things that's lacking in my presentation is numbers, and shamefully so, because, you know, registration numbers were not tracked properly. Also, the request from CBE to provide numbers, and honestly, those were not tracked properly. So now going forward, we are actually looking in terms of registration, in terms of age analysis, color, how many years students are in certain categories, registration categories. Only this reporting can only be fine-tuned and refined actually going forward. So at this point in time, we just have a flat database, and now it's such a task of note to now start building in meaning in order for reporting. So the Investigation and Ethics Committee, we have 27 complaints at the moment that's lodged. One is a huge complaint that is between Eskom and a private valuer, but we try to do this as expeditiously as possible. And with me coming through with the administration, I now look at the age analysis of what we sit with and how long we sit with complaints that have been lodged. The Transformation Committee was one of the committees that actually honestly didn't move much. This year, we have new leadership, we have new chairpersons, and we work very close with the Public Sector Charter Council. And I think with partnering with them and also with the voluntary association, the Active Voluntary Association, we are starting to make strides. So hopefully, you know, future reporting, we can be much more explicit in our reporting and tell you the programs that we've been dealing with. Some of the initiatives we have is the Youth Desk. That's just one of the programs that we've started. So there's many more programs that we will also borrow from other councils and to actually expand the transformation initiatives. Public relations and advocacy. Here too, we have a more active committee from the 6 councils. We're revamping our website. It's going to be more user-friendly. There's more postings. And if any of you good people had gone to our SAC PVP website just recently, you would see there's more postings where I personally look at it, explain properly to registered persons or those visiting the websites. And it's a absolute move from the past where, you know, our website was totally dated. And FinCom, the FinCom is one of the newer committees that was formed. And it is something that I borrowed from when I was at LGCTA Accounting Authority. We have good now financial oversight, and the FinCom functions very well. With the subcommittees that are formed, for example, when we have other standards that are coming through, subcommittees would be formed. It will be more like a technical subcommittees, and TORs would be written fit for purpose. So here are some of the registration categories. You have the professional valuer, professional associated valuer candidate, or any other specified categories that could be prescribed by council. We also have the single residential property assessor or the candidate single residential property assessor. So the MPA qualification now is a new qualification. It is a result of a provincial executive decision from KZN COGTA. When I was in KZN COGTA, when I worked at KZN COGTA, we've noticed that there was a distinct lack of valuation professionals in municipalities. And this MPA qualification is sort of an incubation program where it allows a learner to come through the system and start to study valuation. It's called Municipal Property Assessor, but the part qualification is a data collector. The data collector is a person who will collect data for single residential properties. At our last board meeting, we decided that data collector would be somebody that would have, in inverted commas, universal access and will collect data for all different types of properties. So we are now rewording, and we are going to re-gazette data collector. So the data collector would be somebody that collects data for all different types of property. He gets a part qualification, there is a registration, and if he does like what he does, he can continue with the MPA qualification. When the MPA qualification is finished as well, if he likes what he's studying, and he can continue to be a candidate valuer, or furthermore, get into the valuation professional stream. Okay, so annually we will have accreditation visits to different universities. Some of the universities listed here have full accreditations, but we have 2 pending accreditation visits. One is to the University of Johannesburg, and the other one is to CPUT. We look at the curriculums, and I have them here. I didn't write it down to crowd the slides. And it ranges from the BSc, honors degree to postgraduate degree to master's degrees. And so it's to all the universities, and it's posted on our website. So any of the learners wanting to study would go onto the website and look, hey, this is the accredited courses from these universities and tertiary educations and educational institutions. And then they would contact us, and we would start the process of registering them. Okay. So we have professional affiliations both internationally and in Africa. So in Africa, we meet annually at AFRES. This year we're going to be meeting in Kenya. Last year we've met in Ghana, and I've done a presentation. It very much aligns to the theme of today's presentation and today's webinar. So last year, the theme that we had was advancing women in real estate, and it was called Breaking the Bias. So this was the excerpt from my presentation. And I basically broke it down, and it was first and foremost, what is biased? What is bias? What do we mean by bias? And for most us people of color, we have a double layer of bias. We have a traditional bias to which we have to adhere to, and then we have bias in the workplace. And if you look at some of the stats here, it says, I've asked a question, so what role do men and women play? Women are 51% of the population. We must matter when measuring in national intelligence, and what percentage are we contributing to South Africa? So each contributes 50% and 50%, but what if then only 10% contributes? So, that speaks for itself, and we can look at the divide and the gap. So how then have we come, how then do we have males to dominate such our profession? And for our profession, it was very easy. So we have the aging males that have now gone into retirement. And as one of the previous speakers have said, one of the initiatives for us is to go back to them and say, hey, listen, do you want to please mentor? And with mentoring, they can earn CT points as well as, you know, empowering in fields that was not really valued by all of us. For me, for example, my valuation, most of my valuation experience in the inception of my career was valuing homes in townships. We never got to value properties and the commercial, industrial, or even agriculture. So most of the male that are retiring are now specialists in agriculture, commercial, and very specialized properties. So we've got such a divide where you have all those that comes to the textbook, but then the practicals of it is what is missing. So those are some of the initiatives that we are taking from the council to go and revisit and to regularize this by actually approaching the mentors to come through. Okay, and then just embracing diversity. What would be the solution? You know, it's no use continually harping on things. So I use the following to embrace diversity. So one of the things was to look for a range of talented men and women who can work with each other in various roles. The idea is not to exclude men, but to create a supportive culture that is conducive to collaboration between men and women on an equal playing field. So one of the very earliest speakers have also said, listen, some of the men have given her a chance to continue in her profession. And very much so, when we had seen no hope, they would come across some people that would, especially men as well, they would give you a chance to actually go and forward your career. And then the other thing is mentor qualified females. Mentorship is the best way to help women see that leadership is attainable. And that's what we talk about. And more and more in our workshops now, we try to build this into presentations to sensitize the young candidates. This is what will happen. And at least to have a career path and to see that mentorship that, you know, would help. Many of the young candidates also go out and find their own mentors, and they come through and say, listen, I've got this mentor, how best can we work? And then favor a collaborative office culture. So ever so often in our professions, we forget about, you know, our organizational structure and how we would work in there as well. So many of the women that work in my admin space now, I've encouraged them to also get into the profession. Once they get into the profession, it's easier for them to help others. And our administration, I have to say, and be very brutally truthful, you know, you looked at the organogram, but it's not even an organogram. It's just a structure put there flat, and that's about it. So now part of my being there as acting registrar is to prop up that structure as well. So you can see the challenge I have. One is with administration, and having that, you know, reporting and the statistics that you presented, get that going. And on the other hand, take care of the membership and attract new members into the profession. Okay. And then also, you know, we had talks about understanding the complexity of a woman's schedule. Often women are primary caretakers of their household outside of work, and flexibility in working with a woman's schedule will support growth and retention. And then we just want to always say, encourage women to say yes to opportunities. That was also the theme that was echoed by many of the speakers. So I wouldn't go through all of that again. Okay, just trying to change my slide. Because I'm not sure why I'm having a problem with my slides. Leba, sorry, this is, I'm not sure why. I'm having a problem again with my slides.
Hi, Roshni.
I'm just going to stop sharing and share again because I'm not sure what seems to be the problem. This is frustrating as well.
Yeah, what I want to recommend is if that doesn't work, okay, there it's back. Okay, but let me just say if this doesn't work, like in other words, if we get stuck again, just continue presenting without sharing because the candidates and the attendees will get the slides. So I think we're losing too much time. So let's rather do it that way.
So what I can do is I can reduce my exit full screen, and then I can look at my
I think it was back on, so let's proceed. But if it does get stuck again, I think continue presenting because you can see it and then we'll share the presentations.
Okay, can you see it now, Level?
At the moment, no. But it was there just a minute back. Are you sharing? Let me just see what's...
Yes, I am. Okay. All right. So okay. So just continuing gender bias and gender equality, example of gender bias you may encounter in the workplace and what you can do to prevent them. So this is some of the biases that we've actually encountered, especially in the valuation fields and you know, unequal pay. So it was so remarkable to note that the male counterparts were being remunerated much higher salaries than the female counterparts. And also at interview questions, you know, questions directed to the fact that are you having an intention of starting a family very soon? And then also diminished responsibilities. This I personally experienced, whereby you have responsibilities that are very office bound. Although you are a valuer in a field, you need to go on inspection, but you are asked to color plans and do manual work in the office while your male counterparts are gone through. And then also conversations, bad conversations in office, because it's so male dominated, it's almost you're an invisible person. And glass ceilings, well, we touched upon that. Positional bias we touched, and then the rest of it we touched. And I'm just sensitive level to time because I think I've wasted with the slides as well. And outdated views like, for example, why should females be valuers? Because, you can be an estate agent, for example. And those views, I have to say, and I'm very happy that we're moving away from them, especially in the valuation profession. And I'm so happy to know that I've seen more and more females coming through, and they are quite hardy and very deliberate and intentional in what they need to do, especially in valuation fields. Okay, so that was my presentation. I know it was short. As I've also said, and I have to be apologetic, I've taken over ailing administration, and I didn't have much statistics to submit, even though they didn't say a story, and I would be very foolhardy to actually present statistics if they didn't tell a story or told a trend. But in the upcoming months, we're going to correct that, and I'm actually here to make changes and yes, and work closely with CBE as well. So thank you, Lebo, for that.
Thank you so much, Roshni.
Thank you.
You are going to stay in the front, and I'm going to bring back the other three speakers, because now we're going to have a panel discussion. What I'm going to do is I will read, we have tried to consolidate all the questions to address the majority of the concerns. So I will afford each council to respond, but let's try and keep the responses between 30 seconds and a minute in the interest of time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being patient with us. We did have a little bit of glitches here and there, but it's going to be worth your while. Like, the second portion of the program is so loaded. I want to encourage you guys to not leave. Trust me, you will thank me later. All right, let me see if I've got, no, I'm missing one more speaker. Okay, I've got all my speakers. Letabisa, we need your camera on. So I'm going to then go through our questions, panelists. So what we will do is we will try and aim for 30 seconds responses where possible and a maximum of a minute. I will not obviously aim to interrupt anyone. So let's just try and see how best can we respond to the questions without elaborating too much. So the first question that is going, and it is going to naturally all the four councils that have presented. One of our attendees is asking that one of the key issues we have with lack of conversion from candidate to profession is because of the lack of support by the employers, right? And then he is not too concerned about the employers. Then he is asking the councils, what plans do you guys have in place to enforce employers to help with this? And then they are further saying, is it possible for the candidates, for the councils to have a target? So this should be like an annual performance KPI, just to ensure that, you know, people consciously chase the goals. So I'm going to then try and go around the screen quickly, because it will be not easy for people to just randomly come in. So the key question is, can we put annual performance targets to ensure that employers do give the necessary support for candidates to become professional? Let's start with you, Roshni.
Yes, my answer is most certainly that would be one of the KPIs for the registrar, if that's the registrar in position. That is actually one of the KPIs.
Excellent. I'm going to move on to Doctor.
Thank you very much. Yes, definitely. My registration team does have a target, and I think we want to be able to grow it by about 20% annually. But over and above that, we're looking at like work-based placements, especially for those candidates that have no placements in the right place. And we're looking to work with voluntary associations like CISA, because DPWI in their candidacy program, for example, that is an issue. But where we have employers who are not providing the right skills and the basis for people to be able to get their training, we want to be able to do that matching with organizations that do. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Doc. Let me move on to my next speaker, Lorato. Lorato seems frozen at the moment. Letabisa, go for it.
Yes, thank you, Program Director. One of the things that we realized is that we have to catch our candidates as they enter school. But now that means just going back to a program that's going to start with when they are at first year. But right now we're wanting to catch them in their towards the end of their degree year and their master's year. And SACAP has embarked on a program where we are actually going through to all the universities at the beginning of the year to register the students as registered members of SACAP, but as students. And we feel if we can catch them there, then at least we help them to transition into becoming candidates. One of the things that we're also speaking about is trying to see what we can do with slightly lowering the fees for registration. But we are now starting to try to enforce through the code of conduct with employers to encourage registration of candidates, because we find that look, once they also start working, you know, money comes in, and some candidates don't go on to think to register, but it's actually very important. But the important thing, the big thing that we see is that let's not put it onto the employers, because some of them have their own agendas, and as much as we do not like them, it's not that easy to regulate them. But let's try to get them from when they're coming out from university, and then get them hinged into the program through SACAP. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I think what I could just add to that is it is very critical for employers to appoint a mentor. Immediately someone graduates, when you get into the industry, you need to be well versed with what is the requirement. If you don't know what the requirement is, it is very difficult to align. So again, we are talking about being dream chasers. Let's move on to the next question. I think the next question is quite a generic one, so I think maybe we can allow one council to address it. I think it would be common across the councils. Even I could respond to that, but we do have panelists here. So our question comes from Evodia, and Evodia is asking, as a woman living with disabilities using a wheelchair, can I be recognized in the building industry? And the answer is definitely. In fact, I think each and every company actually has targets for the number of disabled employees. So definitely, Vodia, you are welcomed. So I'm going to save us time and just move on to the next question that is relevant to the councils. So the next question says, the government is the biggest spender of infrastructure in South Africa. Now, the audience is curious, why is it so difficult to streamline production of the built environment for professionals? And this is really critical. And before my panelists answer, I also want to address this. One of the recent discoveries I've discovered is that not every employer pays for the fees for their employees, and which is just wrong. How do you go and say, get registered, I need it for tender submission, but you do not pay? And the biggest one being our government. Like if our municipalities, which is part of government, don't pay for fees, it is really discouraging. Let me hand over to our panelists. I'm going to start with you, Roshni. You're still muted. Okay, let me go to Dr. Samula, while Roshni, okay, Roshni, I'm unmuted now. Sorry, Doc. Roshni, are you ready? I'm not sure if Roshni can hear me. Okay, let's go for it, Dr. Samula.
All right, thank you. So I think the first one, money for infrastructure and the built environment is synonymous with service delivery. A lot of the things that we do as engineers is providing basic service delivery that is required, that many times it's a right. And because of that, it has a lot of political interest, right? Water and access to water and access to electricity is a fundamental right for any city, for any economy to grow. So it's usually used to push a political agenda. Infrastructure development also really has an impact on the economic growth. I think the multipliers are 7 or 8% money spent in infrastructure and the impact that it has on GDP within per capita, within an economy. So because of that, there is a lot of interest. Because of that, there is a lot of inclusivity that is also required. The multiplier I'm talking about is that one job in the construction sector leads to 5 other or 6 other jobs. So because of that, there are so many people and the space for professionals exists. However, the room for everybody else to assist is also there. There's a guy who supplies the bulbs. There's the guy and the lady who serves the food, or the lady who brings the sand in, the one who provides the catering and the transport and the accommodation. That is the multiplier effect of our projects. And so government really uses infrastructure projects to promote inclusivity and to really kickstart the economy. But I think the process where we go wrong is then really define very narrowly the space for professionals. Also define very narrowly the scope for professionals. So I think that's why we struggle, because there's a fight for that pie that really multiplies the economy. The question you then asked about employers, especially government, we do have an MOU with MISA that has been actualized, and there are a couple of projects, and there are ways around this. So we are talking about trying to tap into CETA funding, LG CETA funding, technical assistance and capacity building funding, so that we can be able to assist municipalities to be able to pay for their engineers to become professionally registered, because that was one of the areas where they identified that they have a low number of engineers, because no candidate wants to go to a municipality because they won't have a mentor and they won't be able to register professionally. So there are a couple of initiatives that are being put in place as we educate, because education and awareness of the difference between having a professional versus having a non-professional needs to be clear. You have competency, you have somebody who's ethical, someone who's accountable, and someone who can be able to manage and deliver projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So political interference is really a huge concern for us, but I think the councils are working very hard to minimize this. And competence is going to be the key criteria once everything is regulated. So let me go. Oh, Lorato is back, but she's missed the question. So let's go to Lethabisa.
Yes, program director. Sure, you know, when it comes to the built environment, I can tell you that, and you know this, that there's nothing more beautiful and heartwarming than walking onto a project that you are a part of, and to find that everybody, their background is the built environment, particularly even the project manager. I mean, it is true that lately we are finding project managers in the built environment coming from all types of environments. I don't know how we let this slip through. I don't know whether it's because South Africa encourages opportunity for all, but at the same time, when you're looking at that, you find that it really waters down, quality and also professionalism amongst professionals. Because to begin with, engineers and QSs and environmentalists and architects, we all come from a similar code of conduct, and you know how to conduct yourself within the dynamics of a project. But then unfortunately, when it is led from a political position with a project manager, whom is not having a built environment as part of their, you know, they are coming up, it creates a lot of frustrations on a project and within the respective companies. And the one who always, the one who suffers is, it ends up being the client, because of the product that they get. You know, there's a lot of strange squeezing that is happening out there. Professionals are fighting against to be squeezed into strange places and having to make unorthodox decisions. I still try to stand by them. There's others that also do, but you don't need to be put in that kind of a place. So I think if we can be able to, this infrastructure spending budget for infrastructure could fall nicely in the hands of infrastructure professionals, then it would work. You know, you cannot have somebody from a background of textiles now in the built environment. They do not understand what it takes to weave a building together, and it really frustrates the end product. Yes, and thanks for the questions. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you for that insight. I think when it comes to service delivery and it comes to infrastructure, sustainability is key. So I think I'm just really happy to see that all the councils are like on top of regulating and making it compulsory to be registered before you are awarded work. This is really going to help us a lot. So I'm going to then move on to the next question. So this is a very nice one. So the audience wants to know, what reforms are the council making in their legislation, if possible? Is it possible to ensure that it is made mandatory for the built environment professionals to be mentors? So now it's not really them getting registered, because that one will be sort of a given once it's regulated, but they are really saying, is there a way of forcing registered people to be mentors? And for me, let me just say, as a master mentor, I do know it's a passion game. Like mentoring is a passion game. It's not just for everyone, because if you're not passionate, you're not going to do justice. But let me hear from the councils. What plans do they have to encourage people to volunteer at a time and do it with passion? Because it doesn't help if you're just going to do it for the title and all of that. So I'm going to start with Lorato.
Okay, thank you. So basically, as IPASA, when you register to become a professional, you actually have to agree that you will mentor historically disadvantaged individuals, number one. And number two, you also get points, which are supposed to be strictly for mentoring. So as a registered member, you have a responsibility to mentor. You can't run away from it. It's mandatory. But in addition to that, I also do it from a personal level, because through my company, then I get to empower others. And then as a registered member, I sign an agreement with my mentee, which we submit to IPASA, so that at the end of the day, remember, every mentee has their own goal. And they're supposed to define their goal so that I know where to assist them. And not only on a professional level, but life in general. That's where the mentorship comes into play as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorato. Let's go to Doc.
Thank you. So within the engineering, we all know that you really grow and develop by pupillage, right? It's one of the disciplines that has that rite of passage, and you're checked and mentored until you're ready to sign off, because nobody wants to put public safety at jeopardy when you're fresh from university. So it is part of the process, but Lebo, as you said, it is a passion. And I think that many organizations that have tried to enforce it really don't get the results that they are looking for. However, so the two areas that we are working on, and Lebo talked about some of those programs, especially within EXA, but I think the one that is important that we are trying to do is that we are reaching out, like I said in my presentation, we are reaching out, understanding where we can be able to get those mentors, and also increase the CPD points that we give them, so that we can be able to make mentoring attractive. Whether to make it mandatory, I'm not very sure we can enforce that. We have a constitution that really has a lot of rights that you cannot impose as a regulator. However, we are going to be able to get to that level where the more mentors that you bring in, the more CPD you earn. The same way, the more work you do for EXA, the more CPD you earn, because it is a way of being able to give back to the community. And we want to run very specific programs, rewarding those who mentor the most, those who are flagging the organization the most. And I think when they were reading Innocentia's resume, they noted some of those achievements. So our VAs are already doing a lot of that. So we want to be able to promote it. And what's important though, is we want to make it attractive by funding it. And so some of the seaters are going to be very specific around that, because we also don't want them to do it for the love of it, because some people do it for the love of it, but it would be important if these mentors are actually going to get paid for it, paid for their time, especially if it is within hours that will be billable, because that's a common word within the consulting and private space. So it's important that we do that, but also formalize and also regularize a lot of the training academies. Most of the training academies are looking at formalizing their mentorship programs. So the people who like to mentor will have a home, so that the people who are looking for mentors outside of their work environment have an alternative where they can be able to go and find mentors and find formal mentorship program. I think Whitby that Innocentia talked about is one of those. So we want to be able to run those quite a bit, even the Mentors Circle, the Master Mentor program that Lebo is talking about as well. There are many that you can find outside of the workplace that you can be able to assist, attract more people to mentor. Thank you.
I love that, because incentive is the only way to drive true change. Let's Abisa, your turn.
Yeah, program director. I like that we talk about incentive is the only way to drive true change. You know, it's interesting, but that's as much as you'd say that mentorship should also come for free or however. But you know, we need to throw money behind some mentors. We need to throw money behind women. It helps. It sweetens the journey, and it only makes it a pleasure. At SACAP, they also have there's an undertaking. When you take on a candidate, you have to also sign an agreement, and it also goes with there's a code of conduct as well as with the scope of against the scope of services, meaning that's how you need to train your candidates. So one of the things that we are also doing is that we've started to look at honoraria for mentees. It's small, but it is something. So when you do embark on it, as it is a work of passion, and in my practice, honestly, and in my space, I came to the resolve that as much as I have a huge appetite to take on and just go and mentor, I came to the realization that I am best mentoring people who come into my fold of employee or candidacy. There, I will mentor the heck out of you. So it is an act of passion. Some people are good with taking on outside external individuals as candidates, and some are good with mentoring through their practice. So I use my office as a conduit to churn out a confident female. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. That was like really so encouraging. I want to add, so to the aspect that you were speaking about with regards to mentoring internally versus externally, I think one thing we can all appreciate about COVID is it has killed geographical constraints, because we are able to be on platforms where even if you're in the US, you're in South Africa, everybody can join there. So think about doing something like that, because that's like how I run my master classes, and it really accommodates everyone across the universe. We've got our last question before we go on our break. And I want to again encourage you guys not to leave, because the second part of the program is very juicy. We've got speakers that are going to inspire you and motivate you to really think outside the box, because it is doable. So we've got a question here that says, the CBE Throughput Advisory Study has indicated that at every phase of the skills pipeline, there is a decline in throughput. For the councils, what systems do you have in place to monitor progress of candidates at any point in their candidature until they become professionally registered? Let's start with you, Lorato.
Okay, thank you. So basically, as I said, when the mentor-mentee agreement starts, we're supposed to submit our agreement to IPASA. So through that agreement, you're supposed to say how often you're supposed to meet and for how long will the mentorship run. So through that, then they would know when it started and when is it ending, and as well as provide feedback as to whether you were able to reach the goals. And one of the goals is I need to, if somebody is not registered, is not a candidate, I need to see that person being a candidate. I don't want to be in a position whereby you're mentoring somebody and then when they are done with their studies, they leave the profession. Because one of the experiences that I had recently is one of my mentees, we went on site and she was scared of the wild. She then realized, was like, is this actually what environmental consultancy is about? Because I thought you are in the office, you're doing research. And I was like, actually, this is now getting your hands dirty. So that also is exposing to them to understand exactly what is built environment about. So
I
there
like
is
that.
monitoring. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's why we are saying sharing is caring. Like the sooner you know what you're dealing with, the better you can decide, because we don't want this pipeline to keep leaking. Really, we don't. Let's take you next. Let's Abisa. I think let's Abisa.
Can you kindly move to the doctor first?
Yeah, let me go to the doctor. I was about to say I can see
Thank
your
you.
camera is off. Let's go for you, doctor.
Thank you. So about 2 years ago, EXA embarked on research around candidates because there were quite a couple of concerns around the number of candidates that were coming through. Our pipeline was getting quite big, but the throughput was not the same as the pipeline. And so there was research that was done, candidates were identified, what is the problem, why are they taking too long? Even when we had our midterm strategy review, we looked at our numbers, literally following individuals from the time they get into our database to the time that they leave. Research was also done for people who have actually dropped out of our database. Again, our research team is doing quite a bit in terms of informing the business in terms of the programs that we need. So through that, we've then been able to get very specific programs. And we have almost a couple of buckets where we are finding out how long it's taking people, how long it's taking white counterparts, how long it's taking historically disadvantaged counterparts. And that number for historically disadvantaged counterparts is twice the time as it is for the white candidates. And so drilling down into the one who's done the exam 3 times, what is the problem, and designing a solution for that. The ones who've been in the pipeline for more than 5 to 7 years, what do they need so that we design a program specific to that. The ones that do not have money, the ones that do not have mentors, so we are almost trying to customize as many programs as we can because we want to be able to identify what we can do to be able to help. So this is going to be the first year we are implementing a couple of programs hand in hand with a couple of voluntary associations with sitters. Some sitters have come aboard to assist us with those who've been stuck in the pipeline but had no money and are unemployed, but they are ready to register. So that sitter, the EDP sitter, has been able to do that. We've identified about 30 people. We want them to then be able to make sure that they are paired with the right mentor, because there's no point in paying your money and then you do not have a mentor to make sure that you're ready to register, so that we are not just getting the money for registration or the application of candidacy for nothing. So we are looking at the supply chain because everybody has a couple of unique problems and we need to be able to get unique solutions. So this is our first year of actually setting targets, of making sure that we get people and push them through the pipeline with targeted programs of being able to unblock our pipeline. Thank you.
I am totally loving, like my heart was just smiling. I am liking the fact that it is not a blanket approach.
Yeah.
We are looking at it case by case because the needs they're so dynamic. So I'm just like so happy to see that it's not a blanket approach, because really the industry does need this. Are you ready? Let's have Abisa.
Yes, I am. One of the things that we've spoken about, when it comes to these learners that are coming out of the universities and needing to go into practice is one of the things that we started workshopping and talking about is how can they be funded by just practitioners at large, where the idea would be that maybe a practitioner would be, would sign up for this, and then there would be debited in bits and pieces, maybe monthly or however periodically over a period of time, maybe a year, and knowing that come the end of the year, what they've been debited directly goes to fund a candidate to ensure that they get their registration and they go through the process of the 2 years of candidacy to become a registered professional. Another one that we looked at is if we can be able to sign them up right then at day one, first day of university entry, and then they get their student registration number as a student, then maybe at that time we also start encouraging them to start putting aside, whether it's 10 Rand or 20 Rand towards this thing that happens when you suddenly have to do the adult thing, and which hits a learner. We all know it hits a learner with a, you know, with a brick when the time comes, but it's important there has to be a seamless entry through. And, you know, as much as we sit and we say, okay, why can't we just have it for free? And unfortunately, it's still an administration thing. You know, there are people behind the desk with computers that need to administer these people and ensure that they are efficiently and sufficiently registered. But these are some of the programs. You know that if you put a little bit, it ends up becoming something, and it gets assigned to an individual. You don't get to know who they are. It's just really a number, because we want to take away race factors and gender factors behind it. Yes.
I'm loving that.
Thanks.
So with that, we're going to be closing the panel. But I think what is encouraging for all of us, we have seen that it is measurable. So it can be measured, and I think that's what matters. And then also, I'm just appreciating how the councils are really conscious about the fact that time is money. If you do want someone to invest time and do things properly, you have to, unfortunately, give some incentives. Let us take a break. Our break, I don't know how long we will make it, because we have lost quite a bit of time, but I'm pleading for our attendees to still take 10 minutes so that we manage to do everything within the allocated program. Post this, we're going to have 3 speakers, and you are going to really love the interaction, because they're bringing you solutions. They're going to tell you how did they break that glass ceiling in their rightful capacities. Let us go for a break, and then I can see our time is 13:23, so which means we will have to reconvene at 13:33. Please join us. Don't disappear on us. See you shortly. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to everybody. All right, so we're going to restart our program. So at this point, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Kidiboni Shilwane, and she's currently the Chief Executive Officer of Ramchilo Manufacturing and Construction, which is a company. And the topic that she's going to be presenting to us or really speaking to us about is the role of mentorship coaching in the business development. At this point, I'm going to read Kidiboni's bio. So Kidiboni is a young woman with an audit background. She holds an honors degree in internal auditing from the University of Pretoria, and she is a certified internal auditor. She completed her postgraduate diploma in business administration at Wits Business School on an academic scholarship. So as you can see, she is an achiever. So Kidiboni is currently a board member of the National Home Builders Regulation Council. She's the CEO of Ramchilo Trading, which is South Africa's first plastic brick manufacturing factory, co-owned with her sister. This is amazing. The company takes all types of plastics and repurposes them into strong, durable, and fire-retardant bricks. Growing up, Kidiboni has always been the OCD type regarding litter, worrying about what happens to waste when it is discarded. Her father had a construction company in the 90s. He would often take the sisters to site. You see, it's very key to plant the seed very early in the child's mind, which introduced them and really catalyzed their interest in the built environment. Given this keen interest in business, her father registered a construction company for the sisters in 2013, which became Ramchilo Trading. Ms. Shilwane is committed to creating a sustainable solution to everyday problems. I love this term, sustainability. That's all we are chasing. Through hard work, persistence, and innovation, she has made a significant contribution towards industrialization, climate change, impact awareness, and ways in which young people can play their part in positively impacting our environment while creating sustainable businesses. Her passion for green economy, which is recycling, reducing waste, and creating a circular economy environment, which is really the key mission behind Ramchilo Trading, which is a truly circular economy company that turns all types of plastic, did you hear that? All types of plastics, including non-recyclable material, into cross-industrial solutions by manufacturing them into bricks that build homes, schools, and hospitals. Ramchilo Trading has created 10 direct jobs, that deserves a clap, and over 100 indirect jobs through supporting waste pickers and buyback centers in Gauteng and Free State. They have created an opportunity to help alleviate unemployment in so many ways, especially in a country that is riddled with youth unemployment and job scarcity by directly working and upskilling employees, waste collectors, and township entrepreneurs. This is really inspiring. At this point, I want to hand over to Kidiboni. Kidiboni, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me. Sometimes when my profile is read, it's as if you're talking about someone else, and that's the feeling I just got now. Thank you for having me. Listening to this morning has been very interesting. Being able to hear, and I love the fact that it's women who are in, one of the most male-dominated industries and one of the most, difficult industries to navigate, and some of the issues such as sexual harassment. I mean, it's things we hear of, and it's even become an everyday topic that women are facing. But not to take away from what has been shared this morning, my topic is quite interesting, and I think it's one of the most important things in the industry that we need to, normalize within the industry, which is mentorship and business coaching towards, development or business development. And so, you know, given the background that you shared about my history, I think that also shows how mentorship can take place in different forms. You know, I get asked quite a lot to mentor people, and I still shy away from it because I understand the, you know, the level of depth that mentorship is required when it comes to, you know, the relationship between mentor and mentee. And I love what was shared earlier in terms of, you know, it shows that we are moving towards a place where we all understand and want to build structures that can, I mean, once we even talked about funding such initiatives, you know, I think that's very progressive and very important. But one of the key things that I often struggle with, and I'm sure you know, is when you speak to a mentee and try to understand what are their expectations out of this mentor-mentee relationship, you find that, you know, it's actually not very well understood what a role of a mentor is. And it's often the case that a mentor is expected to be somebody who will tell you what to do, you know, somebody who will give you a business idea. And I think that is very far removed from a reality of what a mentor is, because, you know, when you look at industry experts, people that we in our industry look at and say, I would like to be mentored by this particular person in the built environment. If that person had to sit and give business ideas to all of us, that person would be very, very exhausted and would be taking up their time on other things. Whereas if we were to utilize the role of mentorship as it should, the person would be in a position where they would be able to, you know, be able to structure our businesses in such a way that, and I say businesses, but this also applies in career and professional careers as well, and as well in our studies, is, you know, for me, what I take as a role of a mentor is somebody who you sit with this person and you actually, as a mentee, you develop what your, you know, strategic objectives are. And like I said, this cuts across educational to business as well. And you draft your strategic objectives to what is your end goal? Where do you want to see yourself throughout this mentorship relationship? Because there's a reason why somebody was approached to be your mentor, you know. So by being able to have a set of objectives, you're then able to then say, as a mentee, when I partner with somebody like Kitiboni, for argument's sake, as my mentor, then she is in the built environment, you know, she's in the brick making space, which you don't find a lot of women in that space. And also, you know, in the, not just bricks, but she decided to add plastic recycling into the space. So you look at someone like that and you say, is this person aligned to what my strategic objectives are? So there's a level of depth and homework and internal assessment that needs to be done in order to frame this relationship of mentor-mentee. And equally from a mentor side, it is important that you don't just take on people and mentor them and, you know, just for the sake of saying, I'm a mentor of X number of people. It's important that as a mentor as well, you look at what the objectives are and are you aligned to, you know, propelling this person to where they need to be. I mean, mentorship comes in a form of capacity expansion, network expansion. I mean, CBE is a beautiful example of, you know, it's not a traditional sense, it's a mentor, but it helps you in increasing. One of the things it helps with is, you know, broadening your network. You know, voluntary associations. I belong to the BBCBE, so the Black Business Council, the Built Environment, part of the youth, the Secretary General, and even there, you know, you get to network, you know, and you get to identify mentors, and again, you will meet a wealth of people, and you then need to make sure that they are strategically aligned to where you want to go. And you know, I mean, we know the saying, your network is your net worth. It's very important. However, the mentorship and business coaching takes on the even more in-depth role where they give you, you know, hands-on experience, you know, people who've been in the industry, who have in-depth knowledge of your industry or your product. In my case, mentors are people who, you know, are in the manufacturing space, like the green economy, because like Lebo said earlier, the green economy, sustainability are really big topics looking at, you know, these things that we never thought climate change and sustainability would be so closely linked to the built environment. in those areas because they typically would align to my strategic objectives. And when I speak to young people who say, you know, I'm still in school, I'm doing environmental architecture, for example, it's for me, it's a new thing because like my background is in finance, you know, and I got into construction, I inherited construction and expanded into brick making. So things like environmental architecture, you know, sustainability in our buildings, you know, the work that's been done by the Green Building Council. It's things that, you know, in my personal capacity, in looking for a mentor, I get towards those, but also in working with mentees, I make sure that there is that meeting point. You know, I want to highlight the importance of mentor-mentee being a two-way relationship, because it's often the case that we look at our mentors as, you know, the Bible of where we're going and the people who have the encyclopedia of all the knowledge that we need. And I mean, as a mentor, you also learn from a mentee. You know, these are what I love about the relationship is also that you are given practical advice, but that's exactly what it is. It's advice. How you run your daily business, how you carry out your career, how you know, go into your studies is entirely up to you. But when you look at the role of a mentor in terms of its traditional sense, it is important that we are able to differentiate between who is the owner and who is the, you know, the guidance system that comes in the form of a mentor. And I cannot express enough within our industry the importance of us continuing such conversations to broaden the horizon as well, you know, so that we know what is within the industry and what is available in the industry. I mean, in our company, we have a policy where we work, most of our employees are young people. Our service providers, we try and, you know, get in SMMEs to also, you know, around our value chain, be able to assist or contribute towards their growth as well. And, you know, even with our intern positions that come from time to time, we immediately look for women, you know, a preference is given to women, it's given to currently unemployed young people, because we know that there is also an opportunity to play that mentorship role, even though it's not a direct mentor, but by being able to train and, you know, being able to offer advice to these young people and even guidance in terms of where they want to be. This allows us to be able to do just that. So when we find ourselves as a mentor in this particular example, is not the traditional sense of mentors. And that is why even I was drawn into what's happening and what CBE is doing with these women empowerment sessions is, you know, we're looking at the industry as a whole. We basically dissecting the industry, what happened today, and we getting to pick up where the opportunities are to truly empower women, you know, the young people as well. I'm very, I mean, it's a youth month firstly, and I'm very pro youth and empowerment of youth. And, you know, such initiatives are where we say, where are the opportunities? Where are the roles that we can play as individuals? You know, it's often the case that we're far removed from what the day-to-day needs are for students, what the day-to-day needs are for professionals, and for especially this SMEs and people getting into the business industry. And it's not a secret that, you know, the world, but also our country, you know, financially, there are constraints, but we then look at how do we still work within those constraints to improve our businesses. So again, the role of a mentor would come in and they will not say to you, use your 100 Rand in this way, but they industry is going and what is happening, it might be wise to do this with your 100 Rand. So it's I love the concept of a mentor in that sense, that it broadens your thinking, it allows you to be able to do things differently. And in my personal experience, it also gives you that, you know, that additional knock on a certain door that you alone would not be able to do. So let's stay close to such initiatives. Let's stay close to such organizations such as CBE, and there are voluntary organizations as well, voluntary associations as well, that allow us to be able to, you know, get that level of mentorship, because sometimes the people that the particular person that you want to be mentored by might not have the capacity, but there's a wealth of different types of mentorship and business coaching. You know, one of the things that I've come to learn is business coaching differs to mentorship. And my sister and I'm the older sister, so we actually had to go through business coaching to to understand how do we, manage family dynamics, how do we manage sister relationship and, equal running of a business without being an older sister and without feeling like a younger sister. And it's things like that that, are tangibles, intangibles that you might not be able to point to and say, hey, while I'm running my business, I need to make sure that these things are in place. But if those things are not, those are significant cracks in your business. So we need to embrace these disciplines that are available and look into how, especially in our space where women really are going through a lot of challenges and are going through breaking a lot of ceilings. Every time I walk into a meeting, whether it's locally or outside of South Africa, I walk in with the hat of a young South African girl who needs to break certain boundaries. So I wear the hat of a mentor without even being asked to do so, just understanding that if I'm able to walk into the same room and they will be listened to because somebody else has walked this path, so it's very important that we understand the broad sense of mentorship and business coaching and the importance of it even in our industry, and it must not always be a one-way street. So if anything that you take from my presentation today is just that let us understand the responsibility that comes from both mentor and mentee. Let's understand the importance of business coaching in the true sense of what you do on a daily, and let us also be able to, form a partnership outside of just these conversations where we can truly ensure that there is power, that we are empowering out there, the women that we're talking to. So again, I'm very, very appreciative of this opportunity and to every speaker that spoke before me as well. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your time. It might not look like it, but it was a form of mentorship as well, because there is something that you imparted in us and some level of challenge that you brought about, and probably with guidance in terms of how we're going to go about our businesses tomorrow. But I'm very grateful and I look forward to more engagements with the CBE and, making sure that we do progress the voice of women in the industry. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Kidibone. That was very powerful. I'd like to, before I introduce our next speaker, I'd like to zoom in on one nugget that was shared. And that nugget specifically resonates deeply with me, because if I knew it earlier on in my life, it would have saved me so much stress and pain. And this nugget is really managing expectations, guys, managing expectations. Let us be realistic. Let us be honest. It's going to help you quite greatly. With that, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is Ms. Rivona Alice Botha. She is currently the Managing and Technical Director at Robust Engineering Training Services. The topic that she's going to be sharing with us today is the recognition of prior learning used as a mechanism for professional registration and building capacity. Ms. Rivona, as we've already said, is the director, and her company specializes in the engineering and construction services. It is 100% Black, wait for it, women-owned. That deserves a clap. And its offering is in the continual professional development space, enterprise and youth development. Additionally, they also have mentoring and coaching. Prior to entering the business world, Ms. Botha had extensive leadership experience in the management and environment of state-owned enterprises, predominantly Transnet and Eskom. Ms. Botha is a certified electrical engineering technician with more than 33 years of engineering and construction experience. She is a registered professional construction and construction project manager with the South African Council of the Project and Construction Management Profession, and she's also a professional technician registered at EXA. On the academic front, Ms. Botha possesses a national diploma in electrical engineering and a postgraduate diploma in engineering business management from the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom. She's a certified installation electrician and is currently pursuing her Masters of Science in Industrial Engineering. at the University of Wits. She serves as she has served previously as an EXCO and council member at EXA's first and second term council. Currently, she is serving as the chairperson of EXA's registration subcommittee and a member of the accreditation committee. Now, under her belt, in terms of accolades, Rivoni has been awarded from the ERWIC. She won in 2020 Women-Owned Contractor of the Year, and in 2017 she won Women in Construction Award. As you can see, she's taking them all. In 2017, she also won Standard Bank Top Women's Award. And really, one of the really inspiring notes about Ms. Botha is that in 1992, she was the first Black woman that qualified as an electrical artisan. Ms. Botha is a staunch supporter of empowerment and development of women and youth in the built environment. Through her training offerings in the skill development space, she promotes gender equality and enterprise development aimed at increasing Black participation in the built environment. I did tell you that the program is too lit, and if you leave us, you will regret it. Over to you, Ms. Botha.
Thank you, thank you. Must I put up my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, you may, but at the present moment, we actually do not see it. So I think the green button at the
Share
bottom.
screen, yeah, that's it.
There we go, it's activated.
Okay. Where do I go now? Got it. Can you see my screen now? Can you see the screen now, Lebo?
So, sorry, ma'am, I had exited. We can see the screen, so I think you can just activate a slideshow.
Yeah, I
so
did.
that it is full screen. There we go.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, ladies. If there's any men amongst us, thank you very much for the opportunity that CBE has granted to me to just tell you ladies that there are role models out there. I'm looking at all the previous speakers and I'm very glad and can see a variety, you know, a flavor of the different disciplines that's been presented in the engineering and construction fraternity. And I'm glad to say I conform with one of those. Now, currently, CBE asked me to make a presentation regarding recognition of prior learning used as a mechanism for professional registration and capacity building. I think why Kia has chosen this topic for me, she knows my background, she knows where I'm coming from. It was a struggle, but I can tell the guys it's real, it's happening, and we are there. It's just that we as women needs to come together so we can push through, and with all the effort that we have, that we succeed in everything that we are doing. Now, the engineering and construction sector is a professionalized sector, and it needs professionalism. And we know that all of us didn't have the opportunity, you know, to go to varsity, have degrees and all that, but policy has been developed for, you know, those disadvantaged guys, to ensure that they also get to the current issues regarding engineering and construction, like you're getting your professionalism, and we're facing all those challenges, but policy has been developed so that we can also become professional. And this presentation will focus on assessing your knowledge and capabilities, again, through formal, informal, and non-formal learning in meeting the minimum requirements for the professional registration criteria. So why we're looking at this is that people coming from the TVET, that was the technical colleges of those years, people possibly has earned some certification, diplomas years back, can come forth and with their experience, engineering and construction experience, they can come forth and register via RPL. But I want to share something with you so that you can know this is real. An overview of my presentation, develop yourself through RPL. I'm using myself as a reality show. You'll see later on the slides. And I talk about robust engineering as a 100% Black woman-owned service provider. I can identify to say, I am the owner. I'm running my own company. I'm speaking to all the disciplines. Listen to what the first speaker was saying. We need to have the basic knowledge. And as within my presentation, you'll see I'll take you through what's required from an engineer, a professional within the industry, to build South Africa. Then I give some background where policy has been developed, NQF and SAQA, and then background to the outcome-based education. Then there's just a definition method of assessment, how they assess RPL, and then I just touch on RPL, what EXA represents, and RPL, what SACPMC represents, because I'm from those, I'm duly registered with the respective councils. Then I just want to reflect on engineering and construction as a business, which is highly regulated. Okay. I did say I'm going to show you, I'm going to take you through what I experienced with RPL. I'm a living testimony of what RPL is all about. I take you back to 2007. I come from the TVET college, previously the technical college, where I started with my N1, national certificate, N2, N3, N4, N5, N6. And then when I got to N6, I then applied for my national N diploma. So after 2007, I could access a registration to EXA for a professional technician, engineering technician. And this is the alternative route. So what they did, they took my qualification, which was not a benchmark qualification, and then they took my experience with it. It was more than 6 years. So altogether, they registered me as a technician, engineering technician. But also with that, I quote my first speaker who said, Lebu, the MC, who said that we need to volunteer. And immediately I went on volunteering on the engineering council when there was a request to say, don't you want to represent the woman in the professional engineering technician space? And I served 2 terms on the engineering council in a few committees, and then highlights on the EXA board. I've served on the EXA board, the council, as executive member, and then I was a deputy chair for the voluntary, a chairman for the voluntary associations, and a deputy chair for the investigation committee. Then I moved on to 2011, where then I started to work on projects, managing projects, and then I approached SACPMC with the very same qualifications. I approached SACPMC, not benchmark, alternative route. I approached them and I got registered as a PRCPM with all my vast experience. By then it was about 21 years experience that I've been with engineering. Then they also allowed me to serve on the communications committee, and then later they added the transformation committee, and I ended up since 2012 to 2021 serving on the committee as a volunteer. And then the same 2011, sometimes I need to put the focuses on why do we have to engage in what concerns women. With the SACPMC, I was fortunate to have people that support me to pursue my master's degree. After listening to being recommended to, I went on with WITS. I asked them, is it possible for me via all this RPL route or whatever, can I pursue my master's degree? Then I had this postgraduate certificate with the University of Warwick. They said, yes, it's possible. I went to SAQA. They put me on an NQF level equivalent to an honors, and then I started my master's degree. Can you see the same with RPL? So I passed 6 subjects out of 11 to date, and that's what I can identify with. I was driven by determination and passion as a Black female since 1990, breaking through boundaries of a male-dominant environment in the engineering and construction, and successfully delivering major projects. And since 2015, running 2 of my own companies, SMC, I have achieved much more being self-employed than being employed by someone like companies out there. Then just as a service provider, robust engineering, 100%, as I told you, my company has done engineering designs, project management, construction management, supervision, substations and transmission lines, civil construction, and I'm a training and developer, courseware developer. I've served CBE for mentoring and coaching, GIBS, Gordon Institute of Business Science. I wrote some courseware, short courseware for them and traveled the 9 regions. Promoting women in construction. Then I'm a mentor and a coach, and then I had some interns. At once I had 110 TVET students, because that's where my heart lies, with TVET, with RPL. I know we're not surfacing much in, you know, with the EXA, with the councils, the EXAs, SCPMCs, all that, because it seems like it's a bit difficult to get registered. But I'm saying I'm going to take it on me to say we break through their boundaries, to say RPL is recognized. And then my latest innovation, while my company Border Farm here in Kimberley, Northern Cape, that's why I'm presenting from you currently. I did an innovation. I started a small a mini picnic place. I use the farm as a picnic place. People are coming to have picnic here, and I'm still waiting for government to give me some money so that I can develop the place. It's work in progress, and I know I've got all the skills, civil engineering. I can do it. Why can't women do it? And this is the place where I get off. So in terms of your policy develop background to NQF. NQF mandates SAQA to develop, and with consultation with quality councils, a national policy for assessment for RPL. So it's not just a thing that's in the air or someone is saying it. There's a national policy developed for assessment. Then we say the national policy, it will be possible to work collectively towards demonstratively changing the lives of RPL candidates, including workers and learners of all ages. I'm 50 years of age. I've used it, and I'm telling you, it's still working. Unemployed people and other marginalized groups as important beneficiaries of RPL services. RPL is a powerful tool to retain or bring Black people into the learning system, giving them assurance of not starting from scratch and that they can occupy valuable skills. RPL is a cost-effective tool to bring equality. As I'm saying to you, if you take all the knowledge, your qualifications, you bring it, and then you don't need to start from scratch, because it will cost you money. So RPL is real, guys. Then in terms of our OBE, the outcome-based education system makes provision for RPL, enabling testing a person's ability to do a specific job. With the minimum qualifications that you have, which are not formal, it might be informal, then if you can make your hands dirty, you know the work, you have knowledge of the job spec, then you can register via RPL as a professional. Awarding persons either a qualification, you can use what you have and then develop a qualification, and you can get credits towards a qualification. So RPL is a process for giving credits to what the person already know and can do. What a person already know and can do, regardless of whether this learning has been achieved formally, informally, or non-formally. RPL is an assessment process to recognize job competence. As we heard, all the other speakers were talking about competence. They're testing your competence. Competence is acquired through many sources. It can be informal, formal, and coaching, life coaching, training, mentoring, and life skills. So the purpose of RPL, you identify what candidate knows, you match the candidate skills, you assess candidates against those standards, credit the candidate for the skills, the knowledge, and the experience that they built out. So outcome-based education is education in which an emphasis is placed on a clearly articulated idea of what an individual are expected to know and be able to do. Further, if we look at the definition of RPL, you can read through it. RPL involves an assessment process of preparing for RPL, engaging with RPL candidates, gathering evidence, evaluating and judging evidence in relation to defined criteria, giving feedback, reporting to results. So what we are saying is that when you're an RPL candidate, or when you want to register, get a mentor. Get a lekker mentor. You see the mentors that we have the guys, the speakers before me, we are all mentors. We are all available to assist where we can assist. You can just call on us, get our numbers and reach out to us, and we surely will help you, because RPL professional registration is a process, and sometimes it can be so tiring. But if you have a mentor, you can speed up your assessment process. Then about evidence, when you are require evidence, when evidence are required from you, it needs to be tangible proof that produce an individuals relating to defined outcomes and criteria. So there will be specific things that will be asked from you that you need to, even communication skills. If you haven't gone to for communication training, then you need to go to how to express yourself so that you can be relevant and know what is expected from you when you go for professional registrations and the interviews that goes with it. Methods of assessment. There's methods: observing, questioning, listening, reviewing written material, testing products. Then evaluating expertise. The people who evaluate you, you can't go and maybe lie to them. They know exactly what they're looking for because they're working according to specific criteria. So they know what's happening in the industry. But if you want to spare yourself the embarrassment, get a mentor and someone who needs to coach you how to move forward. Then evidence, I spoke to evidence, direct evidence, indirect evidence, and historical evidence. Then there's portfolio of evidence. The portfolio of evidence is from where you started. I'm 33 years in engineering, and I've got a portfolio of evidence from where I started 1990. So anything that comes by that I can see, I can develop myself, progress, build capacity with whatever, in whatever space there is. As I can speak to you now, I'm currently a forensic investigator. What does forensic investigation has to do with engineering and construction? Let me tell you, it has everything to do with our built environment. We're looking at the lady who just spoke to us now. She's an auditor. What does internal auditing have to do with us? We're working with projects. We're working with public money. We're working with so much. And we can acquire new skills if we develop ourselves through whatever throughput system is that is there for us. So if you can go to the SACPMC's website, you'll find they talk about RPL. There are two phases. First, normal registration, and then they ask you for RPL. But there in red, I said, note, without prolonging this exercise, rather ensure you have a mentor to support you and being direct in terms of submitting your application for what category that you want to submit. EXA also, there's a link at EXA. Go to EXA. EXA has also information on RPL. And I believe all the councils has information on RPL. So ladies, if I can really advise you, let's go out there and see what our capabilities is. Let's formalize our professional registration so that we can take the engineering and construction fraternity to task. Then the other thing that I think Lebo mentioned, that our industry is highly regulated, which requires utmost professionalism and registered professionals to participate effectively. We need a capable workforce. If you're an engineer has to have a benchmark qualification, or you can use alternative route. But with that, there's a whole spectrum of disciplines that we need to tap in, because if you're an engineer, you need to incorporate all the other knowledge into bringing your design to being. There's Occupational Health and Safety Act that we need to consider, construction regulations, quality management system, and then there's the risk management, environmental management, hazard identification, risk assessment. Then we've got the 10 principles of PMBOK. Now we would ask, what does all these things has to do? These things has to do with engineering and construction. And you need to make sure that once you go for professional registration, you need to have an understanding. Some are basic and some are more specialized, but you need to have an understanding of the built environment. And I hope this presentation will allow you to tap deeper into what you can achieve with what you already have, and even where you want to go in future. Thank you very much. And so I can conclude on this to saying it's hard, but it can be done. Thank you. Thank you, Lebo.
Thank you so much, Rivona. The passion in your voice, oof, my darling, inspire the next. I just wanted to say, you know, we know the statement that says success is a journey and not a destination. You are really a true icon of this. And please just don't stop. Carry on pushing. Even if we change one person at a time, it makes a difference. That's like always, that's like how my movement started. I said, hey, even if I touch 5 people, it's still better than nothing. And over time, it cascades and it lives on. Thank you so much. Really, this was amazing. I'm going to now introduce our next speaker. And then I think I omitted to mention that we're going to have a panel with our 4 speakers. So at this point, please allow me to introduce Nomfundo Sibanyoni. Nomfundo is currently the Managing Director at Zuzile Development Planners, and the topic that she's going to be sharing with us today is insights in building a sustainable women-owned built environment enterprise that attracts and works for women. Very, very juicy topic. Nomfundo graduated from WITS and received her BSc in Town and Regional Planning in 2006. She joined Urban Dynamics as a professional intern in July 2007, and she achieved her sub-plan qualification as a professional planner in 2010. In 2014, Nomfundo was appointed as an associate director, yay girl, where she held a variety of management responsibilities, which included training and mentoring of junior town planners, of whom were later hired into full-time roles. I'm loving the job creation. During her time at Urban Dynamics Gauteng Inc., Nomfundo was awarded for the upcoming Town Planner of the Year, as well as for the Best Professional Excellence. Nomfundo was personally responsible for some of the most ambitious and complex town establishment applications in Gauteng province. Some of these prominent projects include Badenhorst Estate, mixed-use development in Brakpan, the next one being the Riversand SMME Hub and Business Park, and the last one being the Riverside View mixed-use development located between Dainfen and Diepsloot. As you can see, I am so inspired to see that all our speakers are truly servant leaders. I think you can all see how they are believers of sharing is caring. I'm going to hand over to you, Nomfundo. And if you need to share the screen, just activate the full screen button, meaning presentation mode. There we go. There we go. We can see your presentation. Okay. Take over. You are muted, Nomfundo? Nomfundo, you are muted?
Got you.
There we go.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you so much. And thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me this afternoon. I think just to start off, yes, my topic today, I've been tasked to look at the insights in building a sustainable women-owned built environment enterprise that attracts and works for other women. So that's what I'm going to be looking at, and I'm going to be sharing my experiences from my enterprise that I'm currently running. And I think just to set the tone, I think I've allowed I've made the presentation to look at the information part, which is just giving context in terms of the company's Zuzile Development Planners. And then obviously the second part, I would look at inspiration of how the challenges and the obstacles along the way and the wins that we've had at Zuzile, and then I will conclude the presentation. So just to start off in terms of information, I just thought I would share a little bit about Zuzile, who we are. So the company name is Zuzile Development Planners, and the company was founded in 2020. And the name Zuzile, interestingly, it's one of my many names. I'm Zulu, and we get like 3 names each. So I thought, let's put one of my names into use, and Zuzile is my name, and it's aligned to the business message, which is together we gain. So it's translated from isiZulu, which means we gained, and we as Zuzile, we believe that your gain is our gain. So that's a bottom line, and that's what we're trying to achieve. Like I said, the company was established in 2020, and with no employees, it was just me. And by 2021, we had a temporary employee, and then 2022, we started seeing growth and picking up after the COVID impact, and we had one temporary employee and one permanent employee. And I think looking forward, 2023, 2027, we now have 4 permanent employees, of which 3 of them are female, and we continue to grow, and we aspire to model an environment that will be used by all. That's our why, and that's why we do what we do. What do we do then? So we are a town planning company, and we offer services in development planning. We offer services in land use planning, strategic planning, urban design, master planning, and all other related development planning matters. So we encompass town planning at its core, and that's what we specialize in. And I think what sets us apart is that we understand the importance of connecting the right people to the right spaces. That's what we do. We are development planners, and we create enabling spaces that are iconic and memorable to the end user. We believe in linking people and spaces, and that is our why, and that was what we thrive for. So that's our core role as town planners. That's what Zuzile is about. And we are town planners at heart, and we function as town planners. That's who we are. So in terms of that's our services. And then just moving forward, our approach, I think it was important that I would share our approach, that how do we stay true to ourselves? How do we stay true to what we do? We are grounded by the 5 pillars that we look at, which is the promise. We promise whatever we promised we'll deliver, we deliver it. And that's what we do. And we also understand that not all clients are the same, and we cannot adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. So we try to tailor-make a bespoke approach to each and every client. So we sit down with each and every client and understand their needs and how can we help in. In doing so, though, we try to implement creative ways, innovative ways that we can and find solutions. I've brought in a couple of 2 young professional town planners that we're currently training. So we bring in young people that come up with new ideas, and obviously I am people-centric. The company is people-centric. We all about people. And we work with clients. We work with council stakeholders from the municipalities, and we all about people. That's who we are. And obviously, we want to grow the business, a sustainable business, and have an impact in our society. So those are the 5 pillars that guide us and motivate us to do what we do. Who works at Zuzile? I thought that would also be important to understand the dynamic team that supports me as the team leader of the company. I've got 4 dynamic people that I work with. I've got Danny van der Merwe, who's our senior professional town planner. I've got Tunisia Kasim, who's our candidate town planner. I've got Basetsane, who's our office and project administrator. And I've got Nosihle Shabalala, who's also our candidate town planner. As you can see, we are about women. We're not saying men are not welcome. We've got Danny. We love him and we support him in his main role. And but we have young people and we've got female, and that's the team that we're looking at. So who are our clients? I thought I would just highlight to you that we work with both private and public sector, individual clients, developers. We're fortunate enough to work with a bank. So these are all these are clients we've managed to build our portfolio with over the past 3 years, and we hoping in long time in future we'll have more clients that we can add into our list. But this is who we work with at the very moment, and it's also individuals, people that approach us for alterations of their homes, stuff like that. So we're not really one-minded. We're open to helping all sorts of clients. So that's who we work with. And then that is just the, like I said, the tone is to create an environment where there's an information session, and now we're going to go to the next leg of the presentation, which is then the inspiration. Why was Zuzile formed, and why are we here? You know, so I thought it would be important to share with you that we see ourselves as the gap bridging solution, you know, because we've identified that there's a need for innovative planning and facilitation of processes for our clients, for the developers, and for whoever, for the society at large. And then, but also we understand that the cycle of a project, we understand that, and we understand the deadlines, but we also understand that we're working with municipal officials. Everything we do is integrated or linked to the municipality. So what we try to do as Zuzile is to bridge that gap then between our clients and the municipality, and try to understand that there is no breakdown in communication, there's no delays, and we become that solution that we go and fast track or make sure that we shorten the turnaround time in terms of our applications. But also in doing that, I think Ukidibone has highlighted this. We build relationships. We build relationship with our clients. We build relationships with our professional team, with our consultants, decision makers at council, and on various levels, local, provincial, and national authorities. We build relationships because we understand that our relationships with them, or relationship with our clients, is what's gonna help us to be the fast mover or move ahead of the game, as we strive to be recognized as the leader in the field of development planning. So that's why we're here, and that's why we do what we do. We identify that gap, and we maximize on it. And yes, without fail, there's challenges. We started our brand in 2020. Right in the beginning of COVID, you know, we opened our doors in Jan 2023, and by 2020, by March, we had to work from home, something we were not prepared for, something that took us by surprise. But hey, we're here today, and we've fought through and through to be able to. So it goes without saying, there has been challenges that has affected us. We work, like I said, we work with municipalities. They're such an integral part in getting the development rights for our clients. So there's sometimes lack of municipal capacity. There's lack of intergovernmental coordination between these municipal structures. Lack of flexibilities. Like, if anything, COVID has taught us that we need to design spaces that are flexible, that are agile, that are moving with times. We cannot be stuck in the past where we think an office is just an office. You know, we should allow ourselves as planners to create spaces that are flexible and allow changes, and allow and adapt to change. So those are part of some of the challenges that we've been facing. But I think I wanted to bring it back to Zuzile and myself. What are the challenges that I've been facing as a female leader? Society, you know, they're still not accepting that a woman can be a leader, a woman can be a team leader and run a company. So there's times where I'm not accepted, or people are not willing to listen to me because I'm a female. I'm still not finding some of female entrepreneurs that are town planners or running their own town planning firm. There's still like a minority in women entrepreneurs. And the worst one is the balancing of responsibilities. While I'm expected to run this company and make sure that it's functional, it's sustainable, there's also a work-family struggle that I need to juggle around. You know, that's the dynamics and the space that we find ourselves in. I find myself in. Obviously, also there was limited business knowledge, and then also, like, I think Ukidibone has highlighted the role of mentors. I've found that there's lack in female mentors. Obviously, it's a male-dominated space, and I didn't have anyone that would understand the role that they would play. It was just all men. But with that being said, I think, moving forward, what do we want as Zuzile? We still want to establish ourselves as the purple cow. We want to stand out. We want to be the town planning professional consulting, provide the town planning professional consulting service. I want to make sure this business empower and appoint more female leaders. The best, though, it's not just that we appoint you because you're female, we appoint you because you are the best and you add value to the team. Create the Zuzile culture where we got shared values and beliefs, create a pleasant work environment. And obviously, I think I would through COVID, and COVID has taught us this, that hybrid working is functional, and I think it works for most women, you know. So just to, as my parting words, just to conclude, I think there's just 3 things I would highlight that are key in terms of running the business. I think for me, like networking, relationships, that's key. That's fundamental in terms of making sure that you're sustainable and you've got people around you, surround yourself with the right people. I would say own your agency, remain professional, strategic alignment. Kedibone mentioned that more than once, that strategic alignment is key. It's not just about starting a practice or being an entrepreneur, but you must align yourself to in the market, in the workspace, in the gap that's required for you to fill as a service provider. And then obviously branding, visibility, and remaining relevant. It's very key, because I think before Zuzile, I'm a brand myself, and my professional ethics and the way I conduct myself, I think that's important, that feeds into my brand. So I think remaining relevant and creating a sustainable business, I think that's key. And then also just in terms of empowering yourself, I would say empowering yourself to succeed doesn't mean that you have to follow a well-traveled path. You know, yes, we can learn from our mentors, we can learn from people that have played it in the game, but do what works for you, you know. You need to stay true to yourself and to your passion and do what works for you. Yes, you can learn from people around you. You can learn from the resources that may be provided, but I think staying true to yourself and to your passion is key. And then lastly, I would say that no matter who you are, whether you're a male or a female, there's always going to be obstacles in achieving success. So with that said, I think it's up to you how you move around the obstacles that you would face, and how you rise above the challenge and become the best version of yourself. So yeah, I think that's my insight in terms of running this company that I'm running, Zuzile Development Planners. And I hope this information sharing session was valuable. And if there's any questions, I'll take them as instructed by the program director. But thank you for your time, and thank you for listening. That's all.
Thank you so much, Nomfundo. I'm so inspired, guys. Like, I feel like I just did a master's. Like, the program was just so on point. I want to just, before I take us to the panel discussion, so Nomfundo, please stay there.
100%.
I just want to share 3 golden nuggets that I extracted from Nomfundo's talk. And the first one that I like, Nomfundo, is people being conscious that change is the only thing that is constant in this world. Yeah. Like, if you're going to say, blah, blah, we did it like this, change is the only constant. And it is very important for us to understand that flexibility is very key. Very key. And then secondly, you very much highlighted that collaboration is the new competition. Like, if you are going to compete with people instead of collaborating with them, your business is going to die. And then lastly, one of the key challenges that obviously our country faces is jobs. We need jobs. Yeah. And one thing that has come through from all our speakers is that entrepreneurship is the only way. We have to be the change that we want to see. If we 100%. Sit and say government must create work, it's not going to happen. So I'm so proud of all you ladies for creating employment. And then secondly, of course, I'm very proud of the fact that you're focusing on youth. And then the most beautiful aspect that makes people leave this industry is skill transfer. And you guys are so passionate about transferring skill, and you are doing it in the quickest way possible. At this point, I'm going to ask all our speakers to join us in the front, because now we're going to take our panel discussion. Let me just wait for our speakers to join us. And then after we have the panel discussion, we're going to have a closing and a way forward from Tembagaz. There we go. Thank you, Ino. All right, so I think it does take a little time to bring people forward. All right, so Rivona is still here, right? Oh, there she is. I think we're missing one more speaker. Correct. Help me out,
She
guys.
left. I think that's.
Oh, yes. She said she needed to go due to time constraint. Correct. All right. So now that we towards the ending of the program has been so like interactive, and there's been sharing on another level. We're going to allow the audience to now raise their hands to ask any question that they have in mind. I do know we've got questions that are dropped on the chat, but just to spice up things, we'd like you guys to come on the floor and speak to us. So I'm going to look out for hands. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions? Ladies, you've done it. Okay, there, we've got a question from Mohammed. Let me see if I'm able to. Okay, Mohammed, I'm going to have the team at the back activate your mic. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have the right to do so. So I'm going to wait for the team at the back to unmute you. Okay. Are you able to unmute yourself, Mohammed?
Let's see.
There we go. If you don't mind, you can share your camera if you don't mind. Remember, networking. Let the people know your name and your face. Go for it, Mohammed.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you. We can hear you, Mohammed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the last speaker spoke, and she spoke of certain skills relevant for profession. Yeah, they are quite relevant. And she now spoke of further of forensics and auditing. These are quite very important skills that professionals need to work effectively, but they take time to acquire. How can we easily acquire this, or women acquire this? Well, these skills, these top skills, to efficiently carry out their work. That's the first question.
Okay, so as you can see, Ravona, this one is targeted to you.
Yes, thanks, Mohammed, for that question. Actually, Mohammed, that skill is at the end of my career path. That's a skill that I recently developed based on what I've experienced over the years. I'm an engineer, electrical engineer. So the forensic investigation work comes from the electrical engineering. I'm actually an expert in energy management. So when some advocates approached me, I took on, because that was they were dealing, when you go with crime and all those things, they're dealing with, with these things, and then they want expert witnesses. And that's where now you get involved with the forensic side. And then in terms of internal auditing, remember now, internal auditing is sometimes a subject under, under whatever criteria, whatever you're studying, you pick up those internal auditing modules and so some of those were also part of my learning, in my learning space. And I've worked for ESCOM, and we went through the internal, the ISO 9000 certification. I was on the task team. So you see, these skills, some of them are not formal. like forensic and internal auditing are not formal skills, but it's skills that I developed through other disciplines at this stage. Thank you.
I love that. I love that, Rivoni. And I just want to encourage the attendees, like one of the beautiful benefits that come out of volunteering is acquiring those skills. So even I, as an engineer, I've actually built the competence to do auditing. And this is from serving in the CPD committee at EXA. So I love what you're saying. And it speaks to this thing that we are saying, that the world is constantly changing. So you cannot say I've got a BSc in, you have to catch up and make sure you forever give the clients what they need. So I'm very, that was a very a nice comment, question, Mohammed. Thank you so much. We've got a hand from Batabile. Batabile, you will be brought forward just now. Batobile? Okay, Tobile needs to be unmuted. Batobile? There we are.
Good afternoon, panel. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me now.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for this webinar. It's been very insightful, and most of the information that has been shared is really appreciated. I had posed a question earlier on directed to Innocentia. My question was, what are the available opportunities in the African continent for female in the built environment, and how can we tap into them?
Thanks, Batovile, for that question. And I think a lot of our speakers identified several opportunities in specific industries. Like if you look at, architecture in the environmental group, there are those opportunities. The ones that I had touched on was the Women in the Built Environment initiative. I did share a link on the chat box of how you can get involved in that, and it's basically free to sign up. You'll gain access to an online platform or application where you can network with other women in the built environment. But in addition to that, you'll also be invited to monthly webinars where there's knowledge sharing on various topics. So I'll share the link again to how you can sign up to that. Thanks for the question.
Excellent stuff. So we have, I wanted to encourage, yes, our speakers to try and see if they could drop a link of whatever tools can be useful to the attendees. I've also shared my YouTube channel that does mentoring for professional registration at EXA. I do have like really juicy content there that is really useful, and it's free again, just like the CBE was so kind to bless us today. The next question comes from Ayanda. Ayanda, we will pull you forward and then we can take your question.
Okay, afternoon everyone. Sorry for the noise, I'm still in the office. So the question, I'm a newly registered, okay, not newly, because I guess it's been I registered in August, candidate quantity surveyor. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me. So I think, okay,
Ayanda?
Yes?
I like that you were taking your volume a little bit up, because at first you were too...
Oh, okay, no, I'll do that, sorry. Okay, and then, okay, this webinar, I think it was the most fruitful thing I've ever attended this year, because I think I was shocked in knowing, okay, this whole process of registering, I guess at university, we didn't know what it entailed or what was expected from us. Because right now, yes, the whole, okay, you guys were talking mostly about the engineering side, but the process was still the same. And I just want to understand, how do you, when you feel that your mentor is not doing enough and now you feel like you're drowning, and because right now I'm at a point where I'm thinking of just deregistering because I'm not gonna meet the target, and I had promised when I signed the intake that I am going to meet these targets. How do I express without sounding like I'm ungrateful, that, okay, yes, I've done, because when I was looking at my hours, I've done certain hours, but in other areas, like I'm still on 0. And when I calculate the hours needed to submit my intern, it seems like I'm not going to meet them. And my mentor just signs, there's no comment. We don't talk about, okay, like, what are you lacking? How do I help you overcome these lacking areas? Because I feel like I'm just so alone and I don't know what to do at this point.
Oh, Ayan. Askis, you know what really pains me is that you are actually one of the active mentees, like you have goals and now you are struggling to get someone who is as proactive as you. But for me, before I hand over to the panel, we'll see who will take your question. I remember today we were talking about councils on the built environment. And of course, we know that councils are statutory bodies, they regulate the profession, but we also have what we call voluntary associations. So with that kind of struggle that you are having, you should definitely contact the VAs. They do have platforms where you can get a mentor outside of your company, because it looks like you have a mentor who might be mentoring because it's in the compact, but there is no passion there. So I think double up on having a mentor internally and a mentor outside. Maybe even try having 2 mentors from the VAs. I'm very sure if you are a member, they're going to assist you with that. So from our panelists who'd like to come in on Aya's concern.
Sorry,
and
sorry,
by the way, I tell
me,
people to fire their mentors, but don't
excuse me, Lebo.
Yes.
Excuse me, Lebo.
Go for it.
Sorry, Ayanda, I think you can contact me. I'll guide you, because I push young. I don't, let's get this done and see where you can get, because you know, you eager to go somewhere and then someone holds you back. I'm going to, even if it's not my discipline, I push with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go. There we go. There's no such thing
that's
as
called
impossible.
Networking.
Yeah.
That's called networking in action.
Thank you.
Remember what we said when we opened the program, like your career progression and your ultimate net worth is equivalent to your network. Here we go. So Aya, we are talking with people who are really well connected in industry. So please reach out to Rivona, and where necessary, she will connect you to the right people. Thank you so much, Ms. Porter, for that.
All right, thank you. I'll just drop my email on the chat.
Yeah, you can try and do that. I just don't even know if everybody sees the chat or where does it go. But yeah, do try that. But you will get an email from the organizers, so you can also give it to them, and then they'll give it to the panelists. We don't have any other hand. And at this point, I'm wishing to appreciate everybody who is still online. We still have over 100 attendees. Considering that we are 45 minutes late, I would appeal to move to the closing and the vote of thanks that we will be given. If you guys don't mind, panelists, can we maybe close before we end up with everybody leaving the platform? So I really don't want our attendees not knowing the way forward. So I think at this point, it is very critical that we take the way forward, and then the closing word from Tembagazi. Tembagazi is currently the Chief Transformation Executive at CBE, and I'm so happy to know these programs because I'm going to volunteer myself. And yeah, let us hand over to Tembagazi. So I'm going to ask the panelists to go back to the backstage. Tembagazi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lebu. You've introduced me, so I won't waste time considering that we're over. As you mentioned, my name is Tembagazi Moya, Chief Transformation Officer for the CBE. And my role today is to just close today and give thanks. So I will quickly do so. So basically today's event was the webinar behind the theme Women Build, building a pipeline of female talent in the built environment. These webinars, and particularly for today, They are one of the drivers in building the capacity for women in the built environment. This is towards a sustainable, inclusive, and equitable economic growth, which requires the sector to eliminate gender disparities that exist throughout the built environment, as it was broadly presented today by the speakers. And we do this through what we call our skills pipeline, which is from cradle to grave. And this is from the secondary school. And this was spoken to today as well in length. And we take it all the way to professional. This is in an effort to continue advocating for advancement of women through endorsing skills development and capacity building through identified enablers that were talked to length today by our speakers. And also, we must also just say that in celebration of Youth Month, we selected today in particular, which is the 21st of June, because we all know what June means for South Africa and where we come from. So in celebrating young people, and it was very great to hear most of the discussions today covered how we can help support and develop the youth. And this is in our effort as well in building a network of women who can mentor and support each other throughout. And what just happened now was actually because I wrote this earlier, and Miss Revona putting up her hand to say, contact me, I'll assist, I'll push you in any way. And for me, that's what I know women being, that's what we do for each other. And that's what we must continue to do. And in getting into my work for today, or my role for today, I would like to extend a wealth of thanks. Firstly, to our attendees who set aside their time today to hear what we had to say. We appreciate it so much, because this is how we're going to continue to build and move forward. To our program director, who was fantastic, thank you so much for steering us today. Ms. Lebu, we appreciate you. We want to see more of you in this network of ours. To our keynote speaker, we thank you so much. I did promise myself I won't say names in the interest of time, but I started with Ms. Lebu. So thank you so much, Ms. Innocentia. You are awesome. And we're so grateful for you. And also to all the rest of the speakers, I won't specify each name, but we appreciate you. We thank you so much for hearing our call when we contacted you asking to speak on this very important day today. And I'm grateful that you had the call, because what you spoke on today is very important. And also to our professional council speakers from the built environment, thank you so much for availing yourselves. I know how crazy your calendars are. We are very grateful. To the young graduate who shared her journey and her experience through the video, we appreciate her. Ms. Onelisa, thank you so much. We want to see your growth. Please, we will speak through your support vehicles to avail you, because we want to see you grow into this space. And also, most importantly, I cannot forget the team that is behind the scenes that has organized today and made it possible. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you. Finally, I was requested to say, because of the interest of time, there will be a webinar survey that will be posted. We request that you indicate if you would be interested in joining us on the Transformation Collaborative Forum that will be hosting on the 28th of June. You complete the survey and you share your contact details so that we can then invite you, because that's where we can, the outcomes of today, the way forward, and what the recommendations will be. That's where we'll be discussing those and in length, and we would also appreciate your participation. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the program director. I'm going to hand over back to you.
Oh, Moya. Oh, what happened to my internet? Okay, I'm back. Thank you so much, Ms. Moya. I think I'm so delighted to see that there's part B. You know how these powerful things sometimes seem to hit like a one-hit wonder. Like, so the fact that you do have phase 2 and phase 3 and all of that, I think our attendees are really grateful. I think in closing, what I want to say is, initially in my opening, I spoke about people being dream chasers. And I think at the end of this webinar, we can see that enough information has been shared for you guys to tailor your path of moving from being a dream chaser to being a dream achiever. With that, I want to wish all of you a happy Wednesday. Till the next time. Bye. And thank you so much for staying with us. And we hope to see you at the next webinar. Bye for now.